Hey, party peoples. Sorry, I'm a little bit late to the party, actually. I don't know how fashionably late I am as well. That's the gag. Sorry, I'm a little bit late. Sorry. It's coming in two places, guys. Pow. Let's get this show on the road. Let's get the countdown going and let's dive into some stuff.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Hey, y'all. Hey. Did you see the update? My question will be about it. Damn, I did not see the updates, Mara. Girl, we diving straight into it. Shit, huh? Okay. Damn. Okay, there's been a lot going on already. Oh, damn, y'all. Okay. Wait right there. Snap. There is so much already going on in these streets. Okay. I'm going to confirm said I think Ajaz said that she donated for 2 questions. I'm gonna have to sort of check that. Okay, oh damn, that is already going down. Let's see if I can see Smorra's stuff. Where's Smorra? Damn, nope, I can't see nothing, Smorra. I can't see nothing. I'm sorry, girl. Ain't nothing there. Ashwini. Okay. Malapele. I don't know if you're still in the building. Hey. I know, girl. Okay. Trust me. I'm adjusting to this, okay, so, right, guys, let's get into the tea while I unpack the cards, right? I'm navigating through level 34 and, chapter 34, and there's just a whole bunch going on out here. Sorry, that's the hubby. Yeah, so I literally was struggling to even get into these streets. It was a lot. I messaged Ashby. Okay, India. Damn, is that how we're doing? Can I just say I love the fact that we are on it, girl. Okay, we're trying our best to be. Let me not put anything out here. Okay, prematurely, but obviously I've been trying to sort of navigate getting to chapter 34, and as we grow, there's other parts, I guess. My anxiety of navigating at a new level with it. So that has been the class. Going into this Mercury retrograde always is for me, actually. It's pretty irritating, but it's very high on my maternal drive. So I've just been navigating through that. There was a level 4D, okay, that I had to navigate through between yesterday. Well, since Thursday, actually, it was creeping up, but I went to the gym this morning, so that helped to be able to sort of shift the vibration and elevate up a bit. It's still there, it's still unconscious, but I'm operating on the default for now. We're not letting the conscious drive navigate the ship right now because the conscious drive is focused on something else, but it has been intense, guys. Are you guys ready for the Mercury retrograde? We're about to go into a really interesting class of the ego, really, actually. Aries is self, so we're about to go into self class and how we're communicating about self and how we're communicating about the internal dialogue of self and how that whole space is, how we're keeping the space. If the space is messy, we're going to be in for a surprise as always. But hey, we move nonetheless, right? Life still has to be lived. But yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to make it in here for you guys today, but I said to the guys, look, we'll see how it goes tomorrow. Because I quit. It's been a minute since I've had like a moment where I quit, but I do that sometimes where I just quit on life. I'm like, look, y'all figure it out. I had one of those moments, and yeah, we're back. Hey F1, hey Kay, hey Ash. Okay, thank you for giving me the update, Smara. I appreciate you, girl. We're going to dive into it, and let's just put the list up on the screen so that we are with it, guys. We're with it together. We're here. Okay, so this is the list. We've got Smara, Ari, Harlem Bakery, Certified Princess, Ash 13, Sammy, Firefly Magic, Mina, Malapele, and Ashwini. Okay. I think Jazz mentioned that she donated. I need to sort of confirm that as well so that we can get that added straight onto the donation list. I think there's probably only going to be 2 spots open for that. As you know, your girl is sorry. Your girl is trying to get some sort of rhythm going. Sorry, I took it off. So standby list is my YouTube account. Oh, thank you. At least you're actually first on the list because I know you've been trying to get in there, my YouTube account. It's been a few weeks, but hopefully this is your season. Okay, I'm gonna pray for you. But obviously that means somebody else missing out. We'll just see how the tides turn. We've got Kayla Tillett, we've got Lovemar, and we've got Kay closing out that space there for the sorry. There is a lot that I'm trying to sort of like juggle at the minute. Okay, cool. Smara, let's get into your stuff. Let's get me all the way up to date firstly. So I'm going to dive into the little snippets first. Okay. Let's check your payment. Sorry, my bad, Jazz. I'm still unpacking cards. Dang. It hasn't come through to my actual, as if things weren't challenging enough. It hasn't come through to my actual email. So I'm going to have to go directly into PayPal to check and confirm. But how are you guys doing? Let me know in the chat. How is this Pisces new moon treating you guys? Yeah, I'm still feeling, okay, I'm still feeling from that. So guys, there's just a lot going on there. Okay. But hopefully it's been treating you guys well. Right. It's been helping with like setting some new intentions, like really just clarifying anything that it's still distorted, because that's why we've got Mercury retrograde coming in to help us as well with some of those dreamy states of being, right? Because Pisces is all about that dreamy. I guess delusional, but really it's there to help us with blind faith. It's that Neptunian energy. But it's a whole lot to navigate, I'll tell you that. Okay. It is some stuff. Okay. Let's see. Don't have anything in here, Ajaz. And it's not you. It might just be the weather we're having with this Mercury retrograde. But I can't see it. Check it again on your side and then let me know if it's actually sort of gone through and we're going to sort of like revert back as well. I'm going to keep the stuff open. I don't know if Mina's even in the space yet as well to update or add the list. So let me go back and pin those lists, mind you. Sorry, I am just about cognitive in the space, so y'all gonna have to bear with me because I wasn't too sure I was gonna make it in today, but I did. Okay, and I'm grateful. So I'm just a little bit disoriented. Okay, bear with me. Oh, I even paused and this one. Okay, so I've got all the lists starred. I'm going to star your question as well, Ajaz, both of them. And once we sort of like clarify the donation situation, we'll dive into that. And then, yeah, we're going to go and get into it once I sort the decks that I've managed to actually grab in the space of all that. Okay. Right. So, where's the... Okay, there we go. There we go, guys. Let's see how it goes. There we go. Lovely jubbly. Okay. Let's get these cards cleared as well to come into the space. We're about to have our first eclipse of the year as well for the next moon. So that should be interesting. That's going to be in Libra as well. I wonder what partnerships are going to sort of like be released. That's kind of the dun 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 that's happening for me at work at the minute. And I'm kind of like in an interesting season of my partnerships in that dynamic. So yeah. I'm though that was the thing that caused it was a catalyst to the trigger, but it was I'm so grateful, right? Because I told you whenever I navigate through the D word, I'm like, oh, can't wait till I'm through this. You know, and we was navigating through some of the and Sanchez, my mister, he was dope in the space because I was managing it well and he managed the space well. Because I actually usually when I have these moments I like to be away. It's like I'm hideous now. So yeah. How has it been for you guys though? Obviously this is my sun moon. So this one's naturally going to be quite intense for me. But how's it been for you guys in general? Because this is 12th house in the collective hard drive. So it's a lot of unconscious like patterns showing up, ready for the purge and updates. Integration processes taking place as well. Okay. Sorry, guys. Yeah, okay, so may I join the list F1? I don't know if you're still here. That was a while ago. That was a whole 7 minutes ago, but the list is pretty full. You can go on one of the standby lists. Okay, let's go down and see what we've got going on. This Pisces is removing the blindfold from a lot of things for me. Girl. Okay. Oh, damn, girlie. You said I could send a screenshot. I don't know what's going on. So there's some stuff that's kind of like going on with my money class as well. I observed it like a couple of weeks ago. The Cashapp thing I've been navigating through that for a while, navigating through these like apparent blockages, right? But I still can't see. I can't see anything, my love. I don't know if it is on my end. Something isn't picking up, but it's just not showing, girl. Okay, so yeah, I can't see anything in the email either. I'm sorry, mama. I'm sorry. Send me something I think you're on IG with me. Send me something over on there so that I can go and figure that out as well with PayPal after the facts of all this good stuff, of the blockages, right? Navigating, guys. Okay, Smara, thank you, beautiful. Let's dive into the tea and unpack it. Let me just, oh my throat, y'all. Okay, so let's dive into it. I decided to make my best to let him go. Oh, here we are. Sorry. Here we are. My bad. Wait right there, guys. Don't go anywhere. We are about to start, I promise. Okay. Consider this the prequel to the Mercury retrograde of it all. Okay. Okay, I can see. That's interesting though. There's nothing. Okay, you laugh, Smara, but honestly, like this is a part of the stuff that they've been talking to me about. So I'm not doing very well in this class. Basically, they've been talking to me about like getting quicker with emotions and times and stuff. But I struggle. I struggle. It's just what it is. Yes, beautiful. I've received it. Thank you. We'll get you added to the list, and I'm gonna have to go and figure this ish out with PayPal and all the good stuff that they got going on. Okay, because there's a lot. But yes, okay, so let's go and dive into it. I decided to make my best to let him go, but before that, I sent him a message. I told him that I was in love with him, and it hurts me that instead of giving us a fighting chance, he just made PayPal does act funny sometimes. Trust me. Okay, I've been navigating through block receptors when it comes to money. That's the class that I'm navigating. Boo. But I mean, yay, right? For the long term, yes, because once you get past the barriers, great. But in the moment, he just made, okay, hold that thought. He just made a relationship with someone else. I told him that I'm quite sure he did a wrong choice, but I'll always care for him from afar. He didn't answer and he didn't block me either. The truth is that, cliffhanger, if I manage to let the feelings go, I won't go back. So we're here to the question now. Question is, how is the space between me and G after that confession? Girl, I'm sure you want to know because I want to know too. Shit. Okay. Because he didn't say anything. I want to know what he didn't say, but what was being said, you know? Okay. So good question. We definitely gonna unpack that. Okay, I like that we're on the same page. Okay. Okay, that part. We definitely want to know what's to say. That's why we come into these little YouTube streets to get what's really going on. Okay, so guys, you guys know the dynamic that played out with Smara. Great on her part, great throat chakra activation. We love that. Let's see what was not verbalized firstly, because we're going to unpack this space, right? We're going to have a look at what wasn't said. We're going to have a look at what the thought process is. So I want you to break these two layers down for me. We're going to start with the what wasn't said chapter, right? Let's dive into that a little bit within the space. Okay. What wasn't said? Because there was a lot said. Yeah. Okay. Okay. clarify. Releasing the shadow side. Causing a little bit of despair. Just a smidge. Let's see. Put it into context for me. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna grab another deck, girl. Okay. Oh, of what's going on in the dynamics of this all. Okay, put that into context. Okay. Okay. So even the I can't with you, Smara. Oh my days. Oh, it was so funny. Smara said, I think he doesn't want to say anything. Even the cards didn't jump. No, it wasn't even a case of that per se. So there's a lot that's going on with the situation here. So with the dynamic of like, we was obviously looking at the things that wasn't said. There was some sadness in terms of like you being able to sort of like offload pretty much kind of like speaking your own sort of truth. It kind of, I guess he had to then reflect, I guess, a little bit on his own behavior in the space. There weren't things that he was ready or willing to say because I think he felt like you had a point, but there wasn't any need to be able to validate said point, right? And I'll tell you what that situation was kind of like in regards to how quickly he moved on into the situation. I think he started to ponder on where there may be relevance to what you've said, like where there may be significance to it, basically where it's validated. He moved on fairly quickly. Within himself, he's kind of like observing that. But I'll say this also, it's because of the person that he's with as well, I guess, in essence, right? There was a little bit of a different command, I guess, in terms of how she presented herself in this space, I guess is probably the best way that I can put that. Because this is his thought process, and this is kind of like how he's kind of rationalizing what you've said as well, to be able to kind of justify where he is with everything. Because again, being able to kind of like change any sort of variables of his dynamic would be unnerving, because the situation and the space with you per se hadn't necessarily gave what it was supposed to give. And I'll tell you what I mean. Even though there was the chemistry, even though there was a connection, there was just this thing, this component aspect of it that wasn't necessarily sort of like grounding him in that place of wanting to be able to kind of and I think, I'm not going to lie to you, babe, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that the variable of change when it comes to this situation is that she's a little bit more secure with herself. I think that that is what has basically that's the thing that anchored him, I guess, onto the timeline with this particular person. When I'm looking at it from his lenses as he's kind of like going through these aspects of processing what was said, because there is truth to what you've said, right? And I think he's like looked at that and he's gone through a whole process of really trying to understand how he's ended up where he has ended up, right? But from what I'm looking at and seeing there in the dynamics of the situation, the thing that he saw, I guess, in the aspects of that situation was somebody who was a little bit more, I guess, secure. And their confidence was a little bit, just a smidge high, girl. Just a smidge. I mean, about 1.5%. Or degree. I don't know how to sort of like put it higher in terms of just the gauging of levels on that. So that was a thing. I think, yeah. Let me go and have a little look and see what we had a look at what wasn't said. It gave a little bit of insight into the thought process, actually. Okay. Okay. And for you, just to sort of like put it into context as well, one of the things that they were sort of showing me, this is an opportunity, I guess, for yourself as well. He's giving insight into spaces where potentially you're still bleeding out, is how they're sort of like putting it to me. So it's an opportunity to be able to heal said family issues for you on your dynamic. And I think also for him as well, that was the missing component. I think that he was somewhat missing to be able to make that next step. I know, beautiful. Yeah, we had distance between us. They don't. Okay, 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 okay. I see you, Mama. I see you. I see you. Okay, okay. And I get that. Okay, what's his family background? Parents together or no? Because I'm seeing he has something that he aspires to. I think relationship is something that he wants. I think the dynamics of the situation, yes, definitely did make it tricky. Family, friends, okay. Hey, Mina girl, how you doing, beautiful? They are together, yeah, because I see that he has an exemplary that he wants, he has that desire for himself. He aspires to relationship in that dynamic. So yeah. Um, managed to work off on hell yeah, girl. Do you know what? You know what? I literally said not too long ago because we needed to get Ajaz added onto the donation list. I said not too long ago we'll kind of like get her added onto the donation list when you get here as well. So I'm sure that's probably when they came to come and wake your ass up, girl. But thank you, Mama. Okay, we appreciate you, beautiful. Thank you for blessing us with your presence. Oh, and they are too funny. But yes, yeah, Mara. I think that that's just yeah, it's good to see y'all and actually be out here because I was like wondering if I wasn't gonna pass that. Like, oh, that was an ugly places. I didn't even like how it felt through my vessel. It was like not nice. But I need to manage my anxiety better, I think, if anything. That's okay. It's all good, Mina. You good, girl. Thank you again for the list, and I appreciate you guys for just rocking it out with me. Which, guys, whilst I've got everybody here, okay, they just reminded me, Smara, I'm gonna sort of like finish up, and then I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a announcement, okay, and then we're going to go into Ajaz. Yeah, we're going to go into Ajaz's question, and then we're going to go back onto the free list, and we've got 2 spots on the donation list left, and we're going to try and dive into some of this stuff and move through as quickly as we can, because you know your girl, but I'm gonna do my best. Smara, it's a good situation, because I think, like I said, he also wanted to be able to experience what he aspires to in relationships as well. And it was a great opportunity for you to be able to kind of make that connection, allow yourself to feel that connection, to release that connection, and to process it healthily. Do you have any abandonment wounds that are an unconscious? Just a question, okay? Not a. I'm literally just kind of like put in the question out there so I can understand exactly what this class. Okay, so enlightened millennial, the donation stuff is in the description. I think Cashapp is still down, so I honestly couldn't help you with that one. But PayPal, I think, is being a jackass too, but you might be able to get through. We're working through some technicalities, okay? Mercury retrograde is being nice to your girl who's a Virgo rising. Extra nice. Yeah. I'm already having the whole climate. Also navigating through Pisces, new moon, Pisces sun out here. Yeah, for sure. And I know that. Okay. Nice one, Smara. I'm glad to hear it. Not like that, okay? I don't mean it like that. Also, can I ask you this? What's G's sun sign? And also, where would his sun sign be in your chart? Like, for instance, my partner is a Gemini. He's in my 10th house, my midheaven. So a lot of my peak seasons of life I experience with my Gemini counterpart. I have Mercury and Venus. Girl, damn. It's about to be an interesting 5 weeks for you, girl. Damn. Okay, beautiful. Oh, 12th house. Okay, 12th house. Okay, so he's dealing with the unconscious. He is the unconscious class. Yeah, but you'll be fine, okay? We're gonna survive it together. That's really why I come into these streets half the time, just to kind of like, validate that I'm not crazy. That really was an interesting wave. And yeah, we survived it, and there's camaraderie. Okay. Smara. Okay, so with the dynamic with G, the fact that you were able to really go into deep contemplation, you were able to sort of reflect, you were able to activate your throat chakra during the sequence of this particular cycle. Him not necessarily saying anything, I don't think that there was much that he could have said, to be honest with you. When I went through the whole sequence of his thought process, even with the dynamics of the situation, like I said to you, it came down to like that variable there. And I guess distance can do that, because it was literally only 1.5 degree in terms of like the vibration that you were on, in terms of that frequency of confidence versus the frequency of confidence that they had. And again, that's because, like you mentioned, with the distance, they have that person. It's not so unnerving. There isn't really like that insecurity, that space or room for insecurity. So this was a good season for you to be able to vocalize. Let's just kind of like have a look and see how's the space overall. Let's go into the energy reading on that. How's the space overall with these guys since the confession? Talk was okay. Thank you. You wanted some flying cards, girl. They were like, Let's make it apparent. Okay. 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 Okay, so this is what we have in terms of the energy. The things that weren't said are the things that are actually blossoming the abundance. They're the things that are actually blossoming the moderation. So what happens with like abandonment wounds? There's a case of overstaying in relationships a lot of the times when one has abandonment issues, and in other cases it's a case of anxious, thank you, sorry, my tongue gets twisted sometimes, but anxious attachment styles sort of derive from those types of wounds as well. And it kind of like draws in those kind of chemistries, emotionally speaking, in romance classes in particular, right? Because obviously G came in a Mercury retrograde. We knew what time it was in terms of communication, when that was going to be the case. Anyway, so again, great catalyst, right? Great catalyst for the change. But the lack of action, as far as the undertone of this all, is really blossoming abundance, not necessarily in the way that one would have hoped in terms of the outcome, but this is the thing as well, right? When we're sort of like manifesting that thing, I'm not going to say we don't have a say in how it actually manifests, because we do. Really, the say is what frequency we're vibrating on, and that's just about as much say as we do have. But how it actually plays out is based on said frequency. So at the minute, if anything, this is giving you an opportunity to find something that's a little bit more secure for yourself. And also, I think for him as well, with the situation, he kind of sorry, I got some stuff going on. Yeah. So with the situation with him, I think he also sees that he wouldn't have been able to sort of like give what you wanted with the situation. And I don't know that he was honest enough with himself at the time, because I don't think, as much as he was talking about wanting something, I don't think that he was ready to settle down per se. But I think in being in the situation where it was almost a promise, but always almost so far as well, out of reach for him, actually activated that desire as well for him. So not the best, I guess, outcome in terms of what one hopes for, but the best outcome for all involved, because this gives you an opportunity to not necessarily have to be in relationship with somebody that you've manifested into your orbit from the place of that abandonment, because I'm telling you, girl, that's like chaos constant all the time. And again, when we have relationships that comes in during the Mercury retrogrades, right, got to put this out there because we're about to go into one, doesn't mean it's a complete no-go. It just means it's a really, really, really big romance class, in terms of communication. And communication is going to be the determining factor as to whether or not that relationship will or won't work out. Everything else could be great. Everything else could be amazing. If the communication's not great, that's an F, like straight away. So yeah, for the most part, let's go and close out the space with what the guidance is for you moving forward with the situation. What is the guidance for our girl Smara, guys, in moving forward? Now she's been able to vocalize, she's been able to share, she's put her truth out there. What do you guys advise moving forward? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. That's interesting. Okay. Okay. Guidance for you. Okay. With the donation, you can send the donation via PayPal. I think it's in the description. I think I saw you go on the website as well. I'm not sure if that was you, but I'm sure you're probably sort of like the guys were like, yeah, you're trying to navigate the space. But yeah, just do the PayPal details in the description, I think. Yeah, I think they're there. I don't know if PayPal's gonna let it be, but yeah, I think they're there for the most part. Guidance for you, my love, is we're on a timeline, this healing process that you're navigating through, this cycle that you're sort of navigating. The success dynamic that you're looking for that is really more indicative of the timeline experience that you want, of that committed relationship. It's loyal, it's a monogamous situation. You guys are basically so like, attached to each other in a healthily, well, yeah, in a unhealthy way. And I have to put that there because it's like the love is there, and sometimes it's like so overwhelming. It's a case of sort of managing that as well. Your time will come, beautiful. I think they're sort of like the success that you're looking for is kind of like, I wouldn't necessarily say just around the corner, but give it some time. I think you've got a good few months before you find another potential coming in. It was a really difficult relationship, but I loved him. And if he waited a little bit, we could be together. And I hear you on that, beautiful. I hear you on that. What was going to change with the distance situation, though? Because that was, if you're saying that that was the insecurity, that was, that was basically his hesitation, was it insecurity, and that insecurity was stemming from that place. With somebody new coming into the space, potentially is going to be sort of presenting themselves as an option. I'm going to move into his city. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, there's a good I want to say 4 months timeline between now and the next potential situation. When are you planning to move? Question there. That's why it's a pity. Oh, when are you planning to move, beautiful? Four months time, right? March, April, May, June, July. 4 months time. Okay, so well, safe to say it's gonna be fun either way. It's gonna be fun either way. Okay. It's going to be an interesting situation for you to navigate. They're just kind of like, don't stop. Continue meditating for the answers. Like I said, the romance class is a TBC, and you kind of like resume, because I think you need this downtime as well to kind of process this loss. I'm not going to lie. It's going to take a minute to just kind of accept and go through the process, and then navigate through the resistance and resentment, and then acceptance all over again. It's a few different sequences. Basically, you'll unpack layers in the process, but 4 months from now, you'll be in a better place to reset romance class with a new potential. So we'll see how that goes. May even be a new version of G himself, girl. We'll see. But do keep me posted. It seems like there's still a lot of things that are unsaid that may change the variables to the situation. So keep us posted. Okay, I hope that was useful for you, though. Beautiful. And now that we know a little bit about the abandonment stuff, obviously we're going to be processing that in the period of this time as well. We give thanks for him being able to kind of like bring some of these things to light from the unconscious and bring it to the conscious. So that's a good little situation. Okay. I won't make a long, yeah, I don't think you will either. I don't think you will. I think this has been a real eye opener for you in terms of like making that connection. Yeah, and in terms of how you want to experience it as well, it was even a challenge to really be able to feel comfortable in it and secure in it all the time, all the way, like you'd like to. So yeah, but I think you'll be good. You've learned what you can and you've taken what you can from this situation, which I love for you. Okay, we grow, we grow. Speaking of which, guys, on my days, so okay, hold that thought. I'm gonna go and check for enlighten millennial. Girl, it is hard being a millennial in these streets, okay? I think most of my demographic is millennials and Gen Zs. Okay, we're like, oh my God, what is going on? The atmosphere is so thick. That's like general consensus. We're just huddling together. We're like, come on, guys. Let's see. How do we navigate it? Sorry, I'm going back in to check again. Because even PayPal is doing its own thing at the minute. So it's a little bit tricky, but we're going to go on to Ajaz and then I'm going to jump on to one with the guys from the free list and then come back to you, enlightened millennial. So we can just keep both of the lists flowing. So there's not really a backup on the thingy list as well. Still nothing here, but I don't think it's you guys. Do me a fave, enlightened millennial. I'm sorry, you're having to work for this reading tonight, babe. I'm sorry. Apologies. But if you send me a screenshot, because then again, I can also sort of follow this up with PayPal as well. The donations I don't use for myself, I utilize it for my nonprofit stuff that I do in Uganda. So it's not even for me, but I need to sort of, I guess, follow up with them. If you can send me a screenshot on Insta, I think those details are also on my channel, if I'm not mistaken, because I just can't find it. We're navigating through some of that energy tonight. Ajaz had to do the same thing with her donation, but once I've got the screenshot, I can confirm. So sorry. We're just navigating through it. We are navigating through it. Hold on. Yep. Yeah. Still nothing there. I was gonna say, hold on, I just got an email, but no. Everything's just being funny at the minute, just to sort of see my responses, I guess. Funny thing, I had the same issues with all my relationships. Distance is a no for me. 4 they went to shit. Yeah, well, that's the thing. And these are things that, like, you see, like how I was sort of like explaining what was the component that was like the determining factor to him committing to this person versus what they saw like within your state of affairs, like within your field, basically your aura. That confidence was stemming from the security of being in the same place. Like, it's something that permeates in your aura as well. So like, you have that insecurity, it will manifest as such as well, to the degree that you don't anticipate. It's all very, very complex and complicated, unfortunately, but we get what we are, not necessarily what we want, girl. But we're going to update that because the distance thing we know isn't working. We've tried that cycle a few times. We know that that's not it. We're obviously going to date within the parameters of where we are. Not necessarily saying that the distance thing can't work. It would work if there was a bond that was built prior to said distance being introduced to the space. Okay. Right. Hey, my YouTube. I know you didn't get your question. I said, good thing you're first on the standby list. So here you are. Okay. You managed to sort of like get in here just in time to be able to sort of get that acknowledgement as well. Because I did sort of put it out there. At least you made it. This is you. First on the standby list. Good for you. We're going to see how the list goes. That's the free list. Let me actually get the most up-to-date list because we're working with a new list with Ajaz, right? Let's get that started. Ajaz is on the, let's have a little look. Yeah, you're on the standby list, but not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, I think, I don't know if you're having a little bit of, what's my, sorry, I'm gonna get my IG and see if I can pop it in the chat for yes, beautiful. Good to know that you're here because you're next. I'm gonna go to your question. I'm gonna pop your question up on the screen so that I can divert to it because you know your girl goes off on many tangents, y'all. Right, let me get my IG for our fellow millennial so that they can go. Okay, there we are. And hit me up on IG. Sorry. There you go. That's the IG, beautiful. So you can sort of hit me up with a screenshot there and we'll be able to just clarify everything. And then Mina can add you onto the donation list. And then we've only got one spot left on the donation list, Mina. Please and thank you, guys. Right. So we're going to go on to, announcement, right? So with everything that sort of like transpired, I guess, in my little space of my level 4 quaking of the D word, we, I guess, came into a little bit of an old assignment. That's, again, why Mercury retrograde gets such a terrible rep. But again, it's great for bringing old projects back into the forefront of the conscious mind. So with the Mercury retrograde, the old project has come back. I'm going to be doing a beta testing for a program, I guess, that I've been given the assignment since 2018, to be fair. My YouTube account, you can try to pay. I'm navigating through a bit of a challenge with finance class at the minute. Okay. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. That's okay. All good. Thank you for even letting me know. I know that it's Ramadan, so I appreciate you even being here, girl. All good. The details are in the description. I think it's 250 for a question, and all the information's in the description on where to be able to make the payment. My PayPal's the only thing that's working at the minute. And if you believe what my PayPal is saying right now, which is nothing, it's saying it's not working, but we're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. We're navigating through that prerequisite Mercury retrograde energy for me again. If I pay, will I get out onto the list? Yeah, you get onto the donation list, so you get onto, I guess, ahead as well, because that's how that works. I tried to send my payment 2 times through PayPal. Did you receive it? Oh, girl. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with my PayPal. I don't know. Maybe there was something that I didn't update with PayPal, and PayPal was like, no, you are just not getting it. Sorry. It is. I'm trying to log back in again to see if it's there. And it's still not there. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. It's just crazy. It's a bit of a challenge, I guess, in navigating. Such a bummer. What I need to start doing is maybe sort of like putting a PayPal, like a pay me link in the, I think I do, no? Don't I do like a pay me link in the description? I'm sure I do, but I don't know, guys. It's somewhere there. I can't really sort of confirm the situation. But if you send me a screenshot, if you've seen it go through on your end, in London Millennial, I did put my IG in the chat. So you can send me a screenshot of it on IG. My YouTube account, you can do the same as well. Send me a screenshot of it on IG, and again, I'll just kind of utilize that to follow it up with PayPal after the facts, and then that would be it. The donation list would pretty much be closed, and we're going to be diving into it. As I was saying, we're going to be doing a program where we actually do this, what we do here, a lot more strategically, just preparing ourselves for the different transits of stuff. Sorry, I think I just got the IG. Except, yeah, okay. So we have, okay, and this is that you? Is that you that just sent it? My YouTube account? Was that you that just sent it on IG? Who sent it on IG? Give me your IG name that you've just sent it, just so that I know that it was you. And then obviously I've got that. That's cool. So yeah, that is my thing as well. I don't know why it isn't doing what it's supposed to do. Okay. Okay, that was you. Okay, cool. We'll get you added onto the list after what's it called? Ajaz. But if you guys, yeah, doing a beta testing, if you guys are wanting to be with, sorry, I think we're gonna get another one. I love you. Don't worry, I love y'all too, okay? You guys are like the reason why I make sure that I keep fighting these good little fights that I do. Because sometimes you get lost in the simulation. Do you see what I'm saying? You think that that's really what's going on, but yeah. Anyways, if you guys want to be a part of the beta testing of that program, that will give you access to the actual, I've got an app where we're going to be doing like different new moon and full moon meditations, updating of integrating of programs, because I do NLP. And I utilize guided meditation to do NLP processes. So we'll be doing lots of that in this space. We'll be doing weekend brunches where we'll sort of like have like group coaching and therapy, essentially, is what that is. Just to talk about what we're going and get into some of the stuff to actually work through the stuff that we're going through, where I can provide actual tools, because I come into these spaces very sporadically. I want to create a space where I can actually do that. And one of the things that I learned whilst I was navigating the big D this week was the depression really was because I'm not doing the thing that I love, because the thing that I love is seemingly continuing to be like a hobby, but it needs to be the career. So we're shifting gears a little bit, but I'm going to do a beta testing process. Hey, Chaley girl, I sensed you as well. I think it was a couple of days ago. I think Chaley's in on the website already. So basically how you get in on the app, you can actually go on the website and subscribe, and then I will give you the opportunity to become a member. And from there, we're going to be launching the beta testing of the program. I think I'm going to probably like about 10 of you guys, because this is going to keep me on the rhythm, okay? Because I need to be committed to a situation. So it would keep me on the rhythm of the stuff that we need to do. It's kind of like a digital diary as well. You get to, there's a questioning processes every day where you get to go through emotional processing, understand where you were. We set our intentions on the different new moons and full moons and see how those seeds actually come to manifestation. And we track the process for about 3 months. Whew, that was a whole tongue twister, y'all. There was a lot in there. But if that is something that you guys are into, we're going to be doing the beta testing. Okay, that's what's up. There you go, Enlighten. I'm sorry that you're having to work for it this badly, but thank you. Send it over to me and I'll be able to sort of get you added as the final person on that the donation list as well. Cheney, it's all good. I think you're already in on the app as well. So yeah, we're going to be starting to kind of like utilize that space a little bit more to be able to really, really utilize what we do in this space. Because this is just like a snippet of what like we can actually do. Because I did this basically in 2020 with a group of people for like a year, and a lot of the regression people that were regressing basically to like 3-year-old, 5-year-old, and 8-year-old selves, like we all grew very, very quickly in space of a short span of time. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing, so I can see how you guys vibe with it, and you guys who are already on that frequency of desiring something like this, because social media is also going to be changing into more of a self-help and personal development tool, not just what we have at the minute. That's going to be integrated over the next few years. The next 3 years, to be precise, is what it's going to take Spirit to really be able to move that integration. So my app, working on that to get in on that wave when it comes. So yeah, join me guys and we can really sort of like do some things. Okay. Damn. Can you add me into the list? I paid. M has basically checked out of the space for a second. Chaley's one of our moderators. I don't know if Chaley's able to, I guess, add you in on Mina's previous list, if you don't mind. Chaley, we just putting you to work, girl. I'm sure you probably even just stopped in to say hi, but I'm doing good. How are you doing, girl? This is our moon. How is this moon treating you, Chaley? This is the Pisces new moon. I barely made it into this phase. How's it been for you? Sidebar. But yes, we'll get you guys added onto the lists. Okay. I don't see the IG. Oh, sorry, mama. Okay, don't worry. I got you. I got you. We're navigating through all these resistances. Okay. Like, yeah. Girl, I did die as well. There's a new me today. I think I had like a 10 to 12 hours sleep. And yeah, woke up a whole new me, elevated that vibration. But let's get into your question, Ajaz. Happy birthday to you too. When is your birthday? I don't know if we're sort of like past it just yet, because I'm a Fed Pisces, so I was like right in there, right at the start of all this chaos. Okay, we're gonna go and dive into a question, Ajaz. Did my best friend Rel, Cancer, have something to do with Neandra Aries questioning me about me deciding to take back my energy from her best friend? Oh, interesting. Oh, happy belated, beautiful. Listen, these 2024 energies is like, it's interesting to navigate since I've like gone over onto the solar return timeline in 2024. I'm like, whew, my head keeps coming off my body every so often. I have to keep putting it back on. That's probably the best way that I can put that. So yeah. Yes, I was blindsided last night. Interesting. All right, guys. Let's unpack this. I'm gonna reverb your question a little bit. My chart is lit up like a fucking pinball. Literally, that's what I was like observing. I literally got drawn back to my chart at least 3 times this week to go and observe and see a few things that was going on in there. So yeah, I can only imagine. 2024 is making us work for that shit. Okay, we started with like a Capricorn moon. Okay. Hey, beautiful. Okay, we've got that. Thank you, my love. We've got that. I don't know why it's not showing up, but yeah, I'm gonna go and follow it up with PayPal. I'm not good at just wording my questions simply. No, you're good. You're good. I know what you want to know, but I think in terms of me being able to give the clarity that we want, we're going to have to reword. Basically, when we give them direct yes or no questions, they give us riddles. This is the most important part of. I get so frustrated. I'm like, you're supposed to guide me. How the hell is that guidance? But when you give them direct questions, they actually just give you riddles. It's a different frequency of thought to what the human mind can process. So they'll be talking about the outcome whilst you want to know, for instance, yes or no. They'll be telling you why it had to be a certain type of way for it to play out. And it's like, bruh, that's not what I said. Did they do it or not? So we're gonna figure out. Okay. No, it was my birthday. Thank you. It was my birthday in Feb. It was Chaley's birthday yesterday though. Our other Pisces in the building. Manor, I don't think that there's any free spaces left. There's no donation spots left. Yeah. No, seriously, girl. Seriously. Nobody's out here like, trust me. Like, they get annoyed by me. They'll tell me half the time that I'm being annoying. I'm like, yeah, y'all are being annoying, which is why I'm reflecting your annoyance at you. Trust me. Me and my guides are a mess. But yes, that tends to be the process quite a bit. You can be added to the list. You can be added to the list. Beautiful. You are on the list. Don't worry. I got you. It would be Jazz, and then we're going to go to someone on the free list, and then we're going to come back to, I believe it's my YouTube account, and then we're going to come back to free list, and then we'll come back to you. And I'm going to pick up the pace, y'all, because you girls only managed one reading so far. But again, I had to give you guys a little announcement if you guys are interested in like jump. It's not something that you have to pay for. We're navigating through a beta testing situation, BTW, because I know obviously everybody comes into these spaces for free. I do understand the dynamics. We're going to figure out all of those situations. So if you guys are interested in being a part of that space, it's an app. Then yeah, hit me up. Hit me up. I'm going to put the stuff out at some point as well on the YouTube streets. When I get down, I'm having a meeting tomorrow. Dun, 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 with work. That was what was triggering the depression. And then after that, I'm going to put the word out on YouTube to bring my spirits back up. I'm already preparing. Okay. Right. So, oh, this is interesting. This is already interesting. So tell me, what part did Rao have to play in what's going on with Neandra questioning our girl Jazz? About Jazz deciding to take back her energy from her best friend. Okay. What part did they play? Thank you. Okay, we got a flyer, so I'm going to go and pick that up because that was clearly the part of the story that was hidden. So I'm going to go and pick that part up. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Interesting. We've got some major arcana situations sort of like happen where I was the only person I talked to about the situation beforehand. And I'll tell you what, beautiful. I'll tell you what, with the situation, they didn't tell like everything. Oh, can I be added on the list, please? Yeah, well, oh, oh, listen, I've missed y'all too. It's been a wave of emotions. I've been like trying to find myself again, guys. I'm telling you, chapter 34, like it's like 33 version of me died, and I'm still figuring out how to like anchor 34 version of me, and it's just weird. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, it's weird being in my head at the minute. Um, but yeah, we'll see on the list. We've got like a whole bunch going on as well. We can add you, beautiful, to the standby list. I think we've got an extra standby list going as well. Where's the standby list? I think I've got, yeah, we've got a standby list as well. We've got a standby list as well going. We'll see what we can do as well. Okay, girl, it's been a minute. With the situation, Hey Jazz. So what was happening? They didn't disclose everything that you said, but they did give them an inclination. So that's what it was like. They kind of gave them a little bit of detail without giving them all the tea type situation, because they didn't want to be responsible basically to some degree. So they just enough for the other person to be able to be prepared, I guess. I want to say be prepared because I think that that's the whole dynamic of what was playing out universally behind the scenes, right? That was that person's opportunity to be prepared for what was about to come. So that wasn't personal to you per se, even though I know that is personal and you do have to obviously assist a person's character based on these dynamics, because obviously they were utilized as a conduit to be able to provide information to the other person, right? They did have something to do with it, but it was to provide them with a little bit of strength, I guess, in navigating through the situation, whatever that means. I'm going to unpack that a little bit. Talk to me a little bit about this, because your undertone, you're saying like that person needed to be prepared. What was this situation? Why did that have to come at the cost of the loyalty that Jazz feels within her friendship dynamic with Rao? It's like, why bring that up? She is not even friends with the other girl. I know. This is why I just had to ask them. So if that's the case, why her loyalty is supposed to be with me? That's why I just asked. Why did it have to come? Even if that person needed to know to be able to prepare themselves, why did it have to come at the cost of the loyalty within you guys' relationship? Because that's what's basically happened now. The loyalty's been broken with you guys' relationship, and now that's going to be an interesting one to navigate. But yeah. Okay. All good. I went through a lot to send the donation. You did go through a lot to send the donation. Oh, beautiful. I'm telling you, it's been quite a night already. It has been quite a night already. But we're gonna unpack exactly that question there, Jazz, because that's my question as well. Why did it have to come at the expense of yourself and your relationship dynamic in that space? So yeah, that was literally what I wanted to sort of like get clarity. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. They're answering. Okay. 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 This isn't the first time that they've done something like this to you before. You've excused this behavior before. You, Jazz, sorry. They're like, you, I'm talking to you. They're like, you. They've done stuff like this to you before on separate occasions. They have a tendency, it's not about you per se, but they have an affinity to being liked by others. They care a lot about what people think. And sometimes, yes, but I thought her and I had an understanding. Love, I'm telling you, this is just a character flaw of theirs. And although you may have had an understanding of what your new boundaries are, she is just who she is, my love. Okay, so this is basically what we're dealing with. I'm going to keep it all the way true with you. This is a tower moment. All this shit had to come falling apart because you need to really sort of understand who it is that you're dealing with. You've lacked focus with this situation. You have thoughts, I guess, that not to say that she's one way. Those things haven't necessarily died. She's still at that same place. She's still, I guess, navigating this aspect of her character flaw, right? Got it. The blinders are off. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, beautiful. Do you know what it is? Right. It's not about you. This one really isn't about you. So with this Rel person, they want to be liked than they care about the relationships that they've cultivated. Does that make sense? So like this situation, like the sharing or oversharing, in this particular dynamic happened because she wanted so badly to be liked by the other person. Do you see what I'm saying? And this was, I guess, something that she had a value that she could bring to this person. But then her way of being able to not have entire guilt in navigating through this mess that she'd created and played a part of, was to not give away all of what was discussed, but just enough to be able to put that person on alert. But yeah, this situation, yeah, yeah. They spoke to some degree about some things, not everything. Are they? I'm gonna ask you. Do they more give friend vibes or do they give frenemy vibes? I have to ask you this question because they're asking me to put it out there, so I'm just gonna ask you. That question that I just put across there. Do they? Because, okay, and when I ask the question, give me your answer, not based on if you are a friend to them, but based on your friendship standards, right? Your friendship standards, this is what you're looking for in a friend. It's crazy because she's so supportive but self-centered. Yeah, I know what you mean by that. I know what you mean by that because that's the energy that it gives, actually. She'll be there. Are you sure that the support isn't because, again, that centers around the ability to elevate the perception of self in somebody else's story? I.e., for instance, oh, I was like there, I was able to be there for this person. If this person wasn't able to be present, I guess, like if I wasn't there in that person's situation, this wouldn't have happened. If I wasn't there in that person's situation, that wouldn't have happened. There might be like a little bit of an existential crisis when it comes to like savior syndrome, which is what the self-centered thing stems off from as well. This is weird. They're broken. Sorry. So basically, her just doing a good deed to some degree, to some degree. To some degree. What's her sun sign? Oh, Cancer. Okay. No offense. No offense. They sometimes, okay, can be a little bit emotionally manipulative, just in the way that they navigate people and situations. They have a tendency, because their natural state is to be able to support. Yeah, with that, it's so thing though. Okay, girl, damn. Let's see. What's the advice for Jazz? Because Jazz, like, she gone. What's the advice for our girl, Jazz? Okay, what is the peaceful resolution when it comes to this situation within the next few months? Okay, what's happening within the next few months? Talk to me about it. She's fake to me and I'm too old for this. I hear you. I hear you. That part. What's going on in the next few months? Talk to me. Okay. I don't play that because I'm genuine, that part, right? Okay. Okay, what's happening in the next few months with the situation? As clearly as you can, y'all. Okay. Thank you. Okay. 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 Sorry, I'm like looking through the dynamics of what we've got going on. A breakdown in communication. I think as well, right? So this is the thing. Like, because you know how I was saying they said that she's done this before, so it's not like a shocker. It's not even okay. So the best way that I can put it to you, just to be like as blunt as they're putting it to me, you can't trust somebody who can't trust themselves. Do you see what I'm saying? She's not somebody who can trust herself to basically keep her mouth in certain situations. She's a bit loose with the mouth, is the best way that I can put it. She'll light with her mouth. That's that's how they'd say it, right? So I think it's one of those situations. Yeah, they're saying like within the next few months, this little situation that you're sort of like navigating through, this scattered energy, all of this stuff that you're navigating through, that's going to be a completely different sort of like space and situation. Yeah, it's a different space and situation. There's something better. There's definitely something better. Shake my head exactly, and I calculated everything. Well, that's the situation. Um, they're not. It's not even. This has nothing to do with you. It's just their character flaw. So leave her to figure out that class on her own, girl. You ain't gotta be around for it. Basically. I don't want to put it like that, and I don't mean it like that. I'm really not trying to be like hateful, anything like that. I'm just saying. So in wasting time, and I have to call it wasting time, because you've had a conversation with her. It's not necessarily something that it's not that she doesn't necessarily want to grow. It's potentially that she doesn't know how to grow. And the thing that she would actually need to work on, I don't think she wants to work on, right? Um, the thing that she needs to work on to not do what she did to you is to actually care about you as opposed to herself. It's her care for how she is or how she appears to be. It's the ego, basically. It's an ego trip. A lot of these times when she basically chooses her over you is because of an ego trip. And because she's not really willing to work on that aspect of the character flaw, this is going to somehow be a repetitive cycle. Yeah, pretty much. That's the aspect of her character archetype that is prohibiting her growth in the way that you would like her to grow to support you as a friend. Her loyalty will always be to herself. And your loyalty, because of the way that your heart is, will be others than yourself, which can be to the detriment of you in a relationship dynamic with a counterpart that focuses solely on themselves. So yeah, get into some of those friendships that is like, oh no, I got you, where y'all are both fighting to have each other. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not a case of, oh, I got you, and it's like, oh, word, okay, cool. Do you see what I'm saying? It's more, I got you. Oh, word. Oh, I got you too, man. What you need? You feel me? It's two completely different energy exchange. But yeah, Rel has just earned her. I think we're coming up to the Libra full moon. Rel has earned her Libra full moon card. Partnerships are actually dissipating our next moon cycle. So here we are, the build up of that. That's how it goes. Let's move on to your second question. Just gonna check something as well, because I think I had a few messages from our millennial here as well. Let me just check that out quickly and see. Yep. Okay. It went through and shows pending. Okay, that's all good. I think that there's something going on my stuff anyways. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. We are going to dive into it as well. I can never figure out why some people be stuck where they are and then boom, I get slapped. But no, her privileges are revoked, access denied, I could care less. Well, essentially, now you're matching her energy, basically. You was giving more of your energy to this space, but now you're matching her energy, which is that she could care less in essence when it comes to the dynamic between you guys. And it's so unfortunate because people think that their heart is one way and their actions show who they really are, and then they gaslight you and try and tell you that they're not that person. But it's like, bruh, if you're not that person, you might want to tell your human that, because it's still operating on the frequency of basically suggesting that you're that person. Sidebar. But yeah. Okay, so we're gonna move on to your second question. I learned last night that the cops in this country are useless. Oh girl, listen, I am sure they're useless in most places. For sure. Okay, we're gonna move on to question number 2, and then we're gonna go into the free list. Ari, don't worry, I know you got back in here late and you didn't get the memo on the live, but we haven't missed you yet, girl. We're coming up to you next, I believe. So good timing. And yeah, we're going to move on to question number 2 for a Jazz, because Jazz, I think, paid for a couple of questions with her donation. And we are going to dive into it. And okay, I think I have. Sorry, guys. I'm going to do something, right? I'm going to send out, okay. Sorry. I thought I started, but I didn't. Oh, I did that to myself. Okay, there we go. I'm going to, guys. So this right here, I'm going to pin it in the chat. This is the link to the app. We're going to be starting up on, don't worry, my YouTube account. We're going to finish up A Jazz's second question, because they donated for 2 questions. So I'm going to finish up their second question. I'm going to go to Ari, then I'm going to come to you. Don't worry. We got 2 little sequences left. That's the link for you guys to basically go and get in on the app if you guys want to be a part of the beta testing for the 3 months. We're doing from, I think it's, yeah, we're going to be going from Aries season to Gemini season for the spring season. Right, we're budding. We're springing into life. How will things go between Celestia and I on Saturday during our night out? Let's dive into it. Celestia and our girl Jazz. How will things be on Saturday for their night out, guys? Talk to us about it. Okay. Indecision. Okay. Talk to us. Thank you. Okay. 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 Sorry. I'm receiving some insights. So the situation's going to be a good little space. I think it's going to be, it's interesting because there'll be like different conversations. You guys are going to be sort of, there's some trauma bonding you can expect. That's the best way that I can put that. There's kind of like a connecting. It's like you're speaking and there's a, oh, like I get what you mean. Shared experiences. There'll be a lot of those in terms of the space. Lots of shared experience conversations to be had. It's definitely more of whatever you're going to be dealing with this particular friend, breaking that energy. You're coming into better energy, I guess, of reciprocity to some degree. Talk to me about it. What you see going down? Thank you. Okay. 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 And again, this is the thing as well, like both of you guys are really able to sort of like be companions to each other. And I think it's more a case of really being able to sort of lean into that space. I think you guys are going to have some camaraderie as well, you know, kind of like that shoulder to cry in type situation. Not necessarily that there'll be any crying involved, but it's just a case of like an offloading, you know. I feel like I'm walking into my path I'm supposed to be in. And I believe that for you. I believe that for you. I feel like the universe is really kind of like, the best way that I can put it, you know, like when a child is like going in a certain direction and then like the parent just kind of like is like, no, 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 no. You know, when they just start to kind of like walk and stuff. And the parents kind of like gently guiding them. I feel like that's kind of like what's happening with the universe at the minute. The universe is, yeah. I feel like the universe is like really guiding you into those places. I think you're finding your tribe, beautiful. I genuinely think that you're finding the reflection of people who also reflect you back at you. I feel like the environment that you had experienced in some cases was very like gravelicious, you know, crabs in a barrel sort of like mentality dynamic. And I feel like with these types of situations, it's a little bit more moving out of that feeling of feeling stuck in those environments, right? Where it's just like, imagine being that crab in the barrel where you're like, but we can share. They're like, no, I need to get out. You're like, but you can step on my back. Look, I'll give you a little push. And they're like, no, I need to leave. That type of dynamic, you know? But yeah, I think with this situation, it seems like you guys are really just going to be in that place. And I think that they're going to be sort of like, again, validating for you, like really validating for you that you deserve the things that you say that you deserve. You know what I mean? Like what you're asking for wasn't a big ask. It was just an ask from the wrong place, the wrong people type thing. So yeah, that's just that dynamic. I think when you guys sort of go into the space, you'll be able to sort of feel at ease to be able to just kind of like share and offload, and it will be a comfortable place. Hey, Phantom Punk 007. What's the guidance then for a girl Jazz for date night on Saturday? again. So this person is going to be around for your next few months situation. So what do you advise? Again, we're dealing with the next few months. Okay. Okay, so we're dealing with a 3 to 5 months sort of like timeline with this situation. So it's a little bit of a pivot, I want to say, sort of like coming in about 3 months and 16 days. 3 months and 16 days to be precise, I guess. The pivot comes and it kind of navigates until the 5th month, right? Wow, look at God. I hope it impacts my life for the better. Definitely. I think you're about to go on an upward trajectory over the course of the next few months. Pivot's coming in about 3 months, 16 days, and within the 5 months from now, I guess you've landed from that pivot, basically, because the pivot's kind of going to keep you in unhinged, it feels like unhinged timelines or moving timelines, basically. They haven't anchored, but they anchor by the 5th month when it comes to like what you're navigating with this particular person and the situation with date night. And it's interesting because what happened with Rel directly coincided with some of these things that are setting, because we got again same cards as far as like within the next few months. So what happened with Rel coincides with what's playing out with Celestia over the course of the next few months as well. So yeah, I guess shopping that old pattern, of I guess giving the benefit of the doubt. And it's not, I'm gonna say this, it's not to say, right, that we can't work on relationships and stuff like that, because I never really want to be an advocate for that. I think it's a case of treating people accordingly to who they are and where they're at. You had that conversation with Rel, and Rel proved to you who she is not. And if you're going to have her in your orbit, she has to be treated accordingly. There's not really much sharing of information because she can't be trusted with said information, not because of you, but because that is just the way that she is. She has a confidentiality flaw, essentially, is what that comes down to. She herself is a bit of an overshare when it comes to her own experiences, but that coincides with what you're navigating through with your dynamics with Celestia and kind of like breaking away from some of those patterns and actually having, and I said this to you as well, both of you guys come into a space to really be able to have a healthy experience and situation with each other. The dynamic assists and helps both of you guys to be healthy in navigating situations differently moving forward, and setting the precedent in the relationship dynamic with each other sets the precedent for how you engage with other people outside of that relationship dynamic as well. So yeah, there's a pivot coming basically, and this Saturday is all a part of that unfolding. Okay, so I'm trying to navigate to further my modeling career. There's something coming. There's definitely something coming. 3 months. Yeah, 3.5 months. 3 months, 16 days. I don't trust Rel. She knows everything I've been through. Exactly. It really hurts me. Shake my head. She is insecure. Yeah. Yeah, and that has nothing to do with you. Absolutely nothing. So yeah, but I hope, everything kind of like unfolds in a really healthy way. Sometimes obviously I know that conflict is a necessary part of being able to kind of like create certain changes. And obviously this was a tower moment for you guys anyways, which is a major arcana. So it's going to create a major shift in dynamics. So things are going to fall apart in order to be able to be reconstructed. But yeah, keep me posted on it and let me know how it goes for the most part. Okay. Hey Mina, thank you. Welcome back to the space. We do actually have a couple more people on the donation list. So, oh, thank you, beautiful. Thank you. I even when I got back, so when I was like traveling through consciousness, and I don't know if we realized like some of these things, but when I was traveling out of my body last night in sleeping state, one of the things that actually allowed for me to optimize fairly quickly was all the prayers that I actually get. So I appreciate you guys. I went and like collected some of those prayers because I was like, I don't know what organ here has been vibrating. My left eye's been twitching, preempting some of the tension energy. We call it negativity, but tension energy that was in the atmosphere on this timeline. There's been another organ. So my body's been going through a lot of shifts and stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys and all the prayers. Thank y'all. Okay. I actually go out there and handpick them which ones I need when I need them. So I appreciate you. Oh, what did you say, beautiful? Let's see what you said, Ajaz. I'm not sure if I should talk to her about it or move accordingly. When I tell people repeatedly, they never listen. That part, just move accordingly. I think that's the situation. She's shown you who she is, which is fine. You already navigated through your process of speaking to her. You've tried that. That's clearly not going to be the thing because what's happening with her is deeper than you. Okay, it's a her thing. So I would say you treat her accordingly. If she's going to slowly, if you feel like you don't necessarily want to be, because you're going to have a different relationship dynamic with her, it will slowly shift and phase out anyways. And what I mean by that is you're not going to be sharing as much as you do. The relationship will start to disconnect in ways as a result of that, because she will basically get to know Jazz up until today, and the Jazz after today, she won't necessarily really know that person, so she will naturally phase out. I shake my head. I'm not going to her B-Day. Well, that'll do it, girl. Okay. She's so self-centered. I'm sure that will give her enough to be able to say, oh my God, I don't want to talk to her again. How could she not show up on my birthday? So yeah. Oh, not surprising. Not surprising she's planning a destination B-Day. Yeah. Sounds like a her thing. Okay. Yeah, so we've got my YouTube account, and then we've got Enlightened, yeah, Millennial on the donation list, and the donation list is now closed, I believe. That is it. Yeah, that is it. And Ari, Mama, we're gonna go to you. We're like an hour and 43 minutes in, and we're like into the second person. There's been so much to navigate through on this one little live, but yes. Hey, I am on. Okay, barely, but I have arrived. Oh, I've missed you guys. My heart sings with glee. See, my heart just wants to do more of this stuff. Like this is the stuff that was depressing my soul. My soul was like, oh my God, I don't want to do the corporate stuff. That isn't me. And then I'm like, I gotta pay my bills. It was a whole situation, guys. When my human and my soul actually like goes into their own negotiations, that shit is funny. I don't know about you guys, but for me, it's funny. Yeah. Who's up? Ari's up. Ari, girl, it's your go. It's time for you to lay it on me. I'm gonna have to go and top up my water soon as well. It's almost 11 o'clock, guys. I'm gonna have to keep it down for Mr. Martin over here. Martin. Yeah. I had to come into a space tonight for you guys because I'm gonna have my nephews next weekend. So And then after that, I've been invited to church, which I didn't even tell you guys about. I kind of removed myself because I was navigating through an existential crisis of self and who self is and all these things. But I'm going to create a new segment for that. Definitely, definitely. Join me on Wednesday for that chat. We'll have a conversation about that. And then I'll reintroduce you guys again. You missed it, Mina. So I'm doing the app where people can actually work on themselves and work through some of the stuff that we're working through in this space, but we only get to sort of like have little chit chat and conversations. We really actually get to dive into some stuff on the program that I'm sort of like developing. We're in the beta testing. So yeah, I put the link out there previously, I think. And anybody that wants to join, I think I'm going to sort of like hold space for at least like a good 10, maybe 15 people. Just so that I can have that. I'm going to put it back out there again, and I'm going to put a post on it, I guess, tomorrow. There you go, again. I think the link is broken because it's too many words. But at the end, just add an E if you can see what's going on in the chat. That's so funny. Again, because I'm navigating through blockages that are actually being opened. So at this point, it's just funny. Before it was like triggering anxiety. Now it's just triggering humor, which I prefer. That's a great initiative, love. I'll go through it. Yes, Mina, definitely. Come through. Come through. I think Chaley's already in the space as well. Okay, I'm going to start your question, my YouTube account, and I appreciate you. I don't know what Ari's question is. I don't know if Ari's prepping her question. Yeah, she might be prepping her question to post. Okay. And then we've got a Harlem Bakery. I don't think I've seen them in here. Certified Princess, I don't think I've seen either. Firefly Magic, I've seen. Obviously, Mina's in here. Malapeli, I've seen. Ashwini, I'm not sure I've seen either. So again, they might actually be from the donation list. I'm gonna go onto my my YouTube account because they've already posted their question, and obviously because we want to keep the link works. What? Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, guys, you guys can join. I'm gonna reconstruct all the stuff in the background so that we can actually get into some things. And every day we'll have like different, digital gratitude journals, just stuff that we've learned throughout the day. We can offload as well. See, it's a questioning process. It's all based on NLP, basically, to reprogram the mind. We'll dive into it. Come into the space and join me, and you'll get more insight into what it's actually all about. But yes, my YouTube account. Will I get into a romantic relationship anytime soon? I've been really struggling with loneliness lately, and I'm very attracted to this guy at my work, but I'm a little insecure to ask him. Okay, let's dive into it. That was a two-parter. Actually, for me personally, that question was a two-parter because I'm going to ask about the romance stuff, but low-key, I want to know about the guy at the workplace, so I'm going to ask about that too. I'm just going to be honest with you. But we're here, okay? We are here just to sort of see like what that energy space is actually about. To provide some insights. So, Ari, you don't have to type your question, girl, because you was taking a minute to type your question, so we had to go on to the next thing on the looping of the conversation. So type your question. We're going to come to your question next, and then we're going to go on to our little millennial on the donation list. No. We finished up A Jazz. I asked you to pop your question in. Mina asked as well. So we moved on to so what I was doing is basically I'm trying to like balance the lists. I was trying to do a free and then go back to a donation, but it's okay. Now this will balance both the donation and the free list. At least there's two people now that had basically come. No, there's only one from the free list so far. Okay, fine. Get your question ready for next because I can star it and then read that afterwards, and then we can go on to the millennial on the donation list, and then the donation list is finished, and then we'll just finish up with the free list. Okay. Firstly, they don't do direct questions, my love. Unfortunately, that will only get you riddles that the human mind cannot perceive, which is so frustrating. I don't know why they like talk in parables when you ask direct questions. It's just the way that they are. So I'm going to ask that question for you indirectly and ask what is coming in romance so that we can figure out the dynamics of said class. Seventh house. What does your seventh house look like on your chart? Just so that I have an understanding. Seventh house is romance class, so just so that I can have an understanding of really like what this little, like what your human's basically designed to withstand, because that will determine, again, we get what we are vibrationally speaking, so whatever vibration our human is set at, that frequency, that's what we manifest. So if I know a little bit more about how your human's been designed, I might be able to give you even more insight. Okay, so romance class. What do you see on the horizon in romance class for my YouTube account? Okay. Lack of progress. Okay. Talk to me. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, damn. She gave me sad face with it. Hell yeah, girl. I can see why. But we're going to come back to you. I love that. Thank you. Okay, so talk to me about this. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Hey, my YouTube account. Did you have a look and see where your seventh house is? I'm not sure if you managed to sort, if you thought, I know because I go off on many tangents. I don't know if you thought that I was talking to you or not, but I was talking to you. The reason why I asked that is, and I see why I asked that is because of what's going on in the cards as well, to be fair. So a few things that they're sort of like speaking to me about with the situation. When it comes to romance class for yourself, there's a few things you're kind of like going through a little bit of a recovery period with it, but I'll tell you what's slowing you down. Trust issues is slowing you down. The people that are coming in, you're intellectualizing it. So basically, you have a tendency of going into critical analysis when you get into, oh, damn, interesting. Okay. Okay. Unexpected changes. unexpected changes. That's literally what you can expect. So romance for you generally can be quite, I'm not going to say unstable, but that's kind of like what it will feel like a lot of the times. But again, this is what your human's designed for. A lot of the times we're just like, oh no, but that's what your human's designed for, aesthetically speaking. Okay, so this situation when it comes to romance class, they're saying that you're, I'm not going to say not learning, but you're struggling to be able to get full perspective, right, on what it is that you're learning in your times down. So what do I mean by that? The trust situation, there's at least two people that you still have in your heart space, basically, that they're sort of like speaking to me about. It's all it's all no, I know, girl. No, I know. Hold on, hold on. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. It's a good thing. Don't worry. It's a good thing. It's just that it's one of those things where romance for you, you can't have a traditional, you have to get out of your head the idea of a traditional relationship dynamic, because that isn't the design for your human. Your human isn't designed basically for traditional relationship features. Your human's designed for unconventional relationship dynamics. So if you can accept that is your design, and find a process that actually works for you, then you can stop being against the natural flow of the life that you were designed for versus the life that you think you should have based on, I guess, how the external has kind of like shaped and molded. So I'm going to continue to unpack the cards, but oh, good stuff, Kay. Good to know that you're still here. I think we might be able to get to you this week, because I think there's a few people that may not actually be here from the free list, but we're going to go and dive into it. With the situation, there's a idea that you have in your head of romance. If you can let that go, and I have to be honest with you about it, because one of the reasons why you're experiencing a lot of the loneliness, I guess, that you're calling it. I don't mean to, I know you probably think, why would I do that to myself? I never want to do it. Girl, listen, if I tell you about half the stuff that I do to myself unconsciously, and I don't know until I know that I'm doing it, because I've had some of those updates even just this week. But yeah, with the situation, you have to let go of the idea of what it is that you think that this. So basically, that program's like your 7-year-old self. It needs updating. Respectfully, what I mean by that is, so you're, because of the type of person that you want to be in relationship with, you want somebody that's ambitious, you want somebody that is thoughtful, attentive, definitely a go-getter, somebody who kind of like knows themselves, know what they, all of these variables and these components of this archetype that you're building of a partner, they're not necessarily going to always be available to you. They're not necessarily always going to be able to be fully present, because their energy is going to be very scattered and displaced. Like, they're not always going to be able to show up for you just there and then. When you need them the most, it may be an afterthought conversation that you guys are sort of like dealing with, you unpacking, because a lot of it you're designed to go through potentially that storm on your own, and you kind of like discuss after the fact. So I guess what I'm saying is, if you can update that programming just a bit, right? If you can update that programming just a bit, I think that that will be the thing that can assist you. Sorry, I'm going to ask another question. What do you guys sort of like see unfolding then? If that program can get integrated differently. Okay. What do you see happening? Thank you. Okay. 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 Sorry, I'm like looking through the process. Okay. So, a few things with the situation, right? If we can sort of like update some of that programming, like I said, if we can just really get a little bit of a reality check on maybe some of the expectations, more sort of like having the adult expectation, right? On the dynamics of some of it is a little bit fairy tale, right? Just the belief system from what I can see in terms of how it's constructed. That's also another challenge, I guess, of like being able to manifest the right type of situation. 7 to 8 weeks from now, romance class. Like, how soon will it happen? Will it even 7 to 8 weeks, babe? We're dealing with 7 to 8 weeks situation. So within 7 to 8 weeks, that situation is going to start sort of like looking up. Like I said, that is, however, right? Because I want to make this very clear. In a lot of cases, like the timelines on stuff and what I give is based on probabilities, right? This timeline is based on the high probability of you actually working on what we've just spoken about, the integration of the 7-year-old perception on romance and what love relationships should be like versus the adult reality and perception on what that will be like. Will something ever happen between me and the guy at work? Well, mama, that was going to be my next question. Don't worry, I got you. That's literally going to be my next question. That was going to be my next question because of this timeline here of 7 to 8 weeks that we're sort of like dealing with the situation. So there was so much going on in the chat as well. Sorry. Y'all, my mom is making ribs and it smells so freaking good, girl. Okay. I bet. Eat it for the both of us, girl. I'll receive your high vibes in the collective hard drive. Yeah, no, yeah. Pisces in the 7th house alone. It's not easy. Uranus being there definitely doesn't help. Definitely does not help. Okay, that should make it. But you have to just get comfortable with it. That's why I said to them, just get comfortable with it because that's your natural design. That's how you're going to grow the most in this body, and that's how you're going to do what you came here to do. Right? I have Lilith conjunct Venus there, which opposes my moon and rising and squares my nodes, and Uranus. Damn. It could always be worse. Okay. We choose it before we came, right? It's kind of like the suit that we decide to wear. So the humans designed accordingly to the work that we're going to come here and do. So that's the suit we decide to wear to navigate the stuff that we need to, because once we get into the suit, we're going to forget what we're here for anyway. So the suit reminds us. It's like, no. Especially in retrograde seasons. Okay, we get those reminders. Because of free will, nothing can ever be absolutely concrete. Exactly. As far as what may or may not happen. That part as well. We get to basically, like, for instance, I've detoured a lot of my stuff that I like, the program stuff that I'm talking. That was my 2018 assignment. I detoured that because of like 3 major decisions that I made, and I committed to all 3 of those decisions. So we'll do it again. I have 7th house in Pisces too. Ooh, okay. Neptunian energy, real strong. Okay. It's very, very, very interesting to navigate. Okay, so that's okay, beautiful. Take your time, Mina. Don't worry. Prepare your food. Take your time. We're like navigating. You've already got us with the lists anyway. So Chaley's also here helping out. We'll be good. Don't worry. You take your time. I know it's Ramadan season. And I think it's always so interesting how Ramadan happens just around about the time when retrograde seasons are about to start kicking off as well. So it's always nice. Just kind of like helps to get everything aligned in preparation. Yep, it does. We're about to sort of go into the pre-shadow period tomorrow. What is it? 18th. Yeah, 18th, 19th. We'll go into the pre-shadow period. So basically we're getting the prequel of what class is going to look like. Right, so let's go and see. How do you see things playing out with the guy at work for my YouTube account? Let's have that conversation real quick, guys. What's the sidebar tea on that situation? The guy at work, how do you see things playing out, romantically speaking? Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah. Not much of anything's going to be going on, to be honest. Oh yes, Mina. I always, every time when I see that, whenever I see that retrograde seasons are going on, I'm like, oh, yeah, we'll sort of like see what's going on for Ramadan during that. It's so interesting as well because it's obviously going to be our first like retrograde of the year. Not like that, but like that. You mentioned 2 people. What about Kwan from the other job? Not much is going to be happening with this person at this job. I'm not going to lie. There won't be much change. There'll still be hesitancy. There won't be any communication. Yeah, there won't necessarily be any sort of change, basically, as much as one's looking for said change. Yeah, still lots of anxieties. Definitely like passion there, but nothing that's actually acted on. Yeah, nothing that's really acted on. As far as the situation with the Kwan person, still a breakdown in communication with that person. So it doesn't necessarily seem per se like it could be them, but there's something sort of coming in romance class in the next 7 to 8 weeks. And I'm going to say this to you as well. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? Because I'm trying to gauge an understanding. There's an element of being shy in there, and I can't quite gauge how old that shy is to really give me insight. Yeah, because I was thinking 19. Okay, so with the situation, the shy thing, Q, cute. Um, what about me and Quan? He's not about the guy I was initially talking. I know that he's not the guy he was talking about. He was talking about the guy at work. We looked at him. It was like no resistance there. The stuff with Kwan's a little bit more complicated. So it was a situation with them where there was more to the situation. It's a lot more of a slower moving situation than this stuff that you've got going on with the work colleague, which isn't necessarily going to amounts potentially to anything per se. But both of them seem like situations that are kind of like a non-starter. It doesn't really actually like move or go anywhere, to be honest with you. The shy thing, you get a major, I don't know, when's your birthday? Because there's something that's about to come in your 19th cycle that's going to break you out of the shy situation, basically. And it's force, I want to say. Hey, Scenario. And yeah, I think we all need to stop second guessing ourselves. I'm navigating through some of those conversations that anxiety puts out there with its tendency to second guess everything, right? November 18th. Okay. You've got a pretty interesting year ahead for chapter 19. But you're going to be clearing up some stuff. So within 7 to 8 weeks, there'll be a new potential situation in the space with romance stuff, provided you can let go of your idealism. Not gonna lie, you're gonna have to let go of your idealism, the fairy tale of situations. That's not going to be your reality. Attraction when it comes to Quan in that situation, I think there's a chemistry there. I think that they haven't really worked out whether or not there's enough to be sort of like attracted to per se, I guess. But there is chemistry there that they can feel between the two of you. Yeah, there's still a little bit of like confusion. They're not really too clear on whether or not there isn't a full-blown attraction as well. But I think as well, that's because you kind of mask as well. Like you mask a lot. Like I think you downplay yourself a lot in situations with these people. So they don't really know what your intentions are in these spaces as well. So they don't really know how to view you. Just a sidebar. Like that's a part of the challenge with the situation as well. So you're kind of like in this weird friendship zone that you don't necessarily want to be in, but that's the only thing that you kind of give. It's not, he doesn't know if he can be attracted to you. He doesn't know if you're into him in that way, basically, is what I'm trying to say to you, because you don't really give that energy. So they feel chemistry with you. They haven't allowed for themselves to really explore that because they don't really know where they stand with you. You aren't really too clear if it's an open space for them to actually like go down that path. I think they have their own fear of rejection as well, which is why they haven't necessarily like fully explored the thought, because you haven't necessarily given that, well, if you're a little bit more open to not being so shy and cut off and pretending to be like in the friendship zone, he can take you out of the friendship zone. Do you see what I'm saying? You're placing yourself in the friendship zone because of the way in which you're engaging in the dynamic. You want something more than what you're sort of getting, but you're telling by your actions that this is what you have. I think that there is chemistry there. I think that if he knew that you were open to him being attracted to you, he may actually be able to cultivate something there, because I think he's curious about you. I think he's curious about getting to know you, and maybe even understanding a little bit more about what that chemistry actually is. But because you're kind of like a little bit shy and awkward, it makes it a little bit, difficult to really gauge like how to navigate the space. I think he's confused. Yeah, I think he's confused when it comes to the situation. I think he's friend zoned you because he feels like that's where you need to be with the situation because it's not clear to him. His current intentions, look at you getting all the questions in. I'm going to move on shortly as well because they're asking me to. But his current intentions is really to more or less just get an understanding. There's confusion on your part. Yeah, he's prepared to take it at your pace. He's prepared to move as slowly as you're willing to move with the situation. Like I said, there's chemistry there. He's not sure if it could be anything more. Question, I think Chaley asks, is he dating someone else? In terms of the situation, I don't know if that was, I personally would not date at work. It never ends well. I promise, girl, you and me both, right? But this one, so Kwan is at the old workplace, thankfully. So he's not at the current workplace. No. Look at you getting in another question. Look at you, my YouTube account, making up for all the missed times that you had. I don't necessarily think he's in another relationship. No, he's not in another relationship. Yeah, he's not in another relationship. But I think it's one of those situations where you've got to be a little bit more, I wouldn't say aggressive, but assertive with what it is that you actually want, and stop downplaying what it is that you want in this space, because you don't want friends, you want more than friends. But you're sending out the wrong signals. So stop doing that to yourself and causing yourself this mental torture of like confusion, because you don't need it. You're projecting all the wrong signs. Okay. No, that's okay, beautiful. No need to blame. It's all good. I think obviously they wanted to know anyways, and it sort of makes a difference in terms of the situation. But yes, beautiful. Things are going to be sort of like moving into a little bit of a different. It's an upward trajectory, at least. If you can get a little bit more realistic with some of the stuff that you're navigating when it comes to your idea on what you're looking for romantically speaking. Like that, you're still young and you're figuring that out as well, actually, and sort of like putting that into perspective. But yeah, if you don't want to be in the friendship zone, don't give the impression that you're okay with it, because you're not. Sending mixed signals. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, my love. Okay. Right. Let's go and dive into Ari's question. I don't know if Ari's like put her question out there. I saw something at one point. I don't know if I started. Let me start that first. Ari said my question is juicy. Okay, I'm with you. Okay, Ari. How'd that go? Okay. So, right, guys, let's have a little look. Also, what would happen if my guys had to meet the guys that were crushing on me when I was a little girl? And they were little boys as well. Well, Unfortunately, my love, who we are when we're younger, sometimes as we grow out of some of those characteristic traits. We have to be reminded who we are. So it'll be interesting. Okay. Interesting dialogue, guys. So I guess Ari wants to see a little bit into some of those. Yeah, no, trust me. Trust me. Sometimes sometimes like there are the fundamentals, like the core belief systems of who a person is. Like if a person's loyal, basically, as a child, they will have those characteristic traits. Yes, you are up next. Beautiful. They'd have those characteristic traits. And I've got your question already, Star. Don't worry, I got you, girl. Okay. But yeah, if it's just like stuff that's wavering, like just little things. Josiah broke my heart, but maybe he has changed. I doubt it, girl. If he was doing it when he was young, it's just who he is. No offense, and I don't mean that. I don't mean that like that. He just maybe breaking hearts in different ways, basically. Yeah, it's just character stuff. Right. Ari wants to know a little bit about what would happen if she met her childhood crushes today. Right. She wants to sort of get a little bit of an understanding of some of those dynamics and situations. We'd still be dealing with some disappointments and some regrets, I guess. Yeah, let's see. Talk to me, guys. Let's get a little bit of insight on the space with Raphael first. Thank you. Okay, that would be a lost opportunity. Okay, and that would be a learning situation on his or her part. On his part. Okay, so that's how the situation would be handled with Raphael. What was the dynamic with Raphael? What was the nature of his character? Because he was fumbling the bag real big, from what I could see. That. Yeah, tell me about that. Talk to me about Dylan. What would the dynamic be? Okay, that's why it's a fumble. That's why it's a fumble. Okay, Dylan. Oh, but I also used to punk him a little. Yeah, it's interesting because with that one, I don't think he really sort of like knew what to do, I guess, with you per se. Yeah, he's still I wouldn't say awkward, but he is still kind of finding his own confidence, I guess, with the females. That's still a thing for him. So likelihood is he'll still fumble that. Dylan, however, talk to me about Dylan. Dylan seems to be a bit of a ladies' man. Dylan's a player. Ah. Dylan, what was the dynamic with Dylan? No, that's okay. Sorry, I'm not trying to take up much of your time. No, you're good. That's probably why his ass is a bloody player. Okay, if his ass is fine AF. Okay. He had blonde hair. Yeah, Dylan's a player. That's how that situation would turn out, girl. Yeah. Definitely. And that would be a learning situation for you too. His ass will be a player. So Raphael would fumble because he's still working on like actually being able to confidently be in relationships and stuff like that. He's still like growing, I guess. Dylan, yeah, you would be. You would be. So Raphael, it would be a fumble. In the case of like he has qualities of a partner that you would like, but he's also not necessarily secure enough to be in a relationship. So that's the thing that you would be put off by. That's the area that would basically like not be it for you. Now with Dylan, there's definitely an attraction there, but his ass is a player. Okay, Mr. Player, Mr. Lover, Lover. I couldn't help it. Okay. That's what Dylan is. That's what he's up to. That's how that situation would kind of like be for the both of you guys. And then again, that would be a learning situation for you. In that dynamic. Talk to me about Miguel though. Okay, Miguel. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Miguel might. The rest of the guys are Hispanic, but I love white guys. Yes, she does. Okay, she does. That's her preference. What's it called? What's it? Miguel. That situation, I actually don't think so. With the whole situation with Miguel, I don't think that there would actually be much of an attraction there. Yeah, I know you do, Mama. I know you like your Hispanic little, papas too. But yeah, Miguel on the situation, I don't think you like his style. You like him, but I don't think you like his style in terms of who he grew up to be and the way he carries himself. So that would be a bit of a challenge in a situation. The way in which he communicates, yeah, that would be a bit of a turn off for you when it comes to the situation with him, and then his whole like demeanor as well, and the way that he sort of like carries himself. I don't know. He's not really, yeah, he's not really in the place that he used to be. He's kind of gotten involved with the wrong crowd. He's not really the person that you would have thought that he would be. Yeah, it's interesting. So far, Miguel is probably one of the no attraction there. I think that would actually sort of like, would Dylan commit to me even though he is a player right now? Hell no, girl. That was going to be a learning. I'm sorry. So let me be clear. The situation with Dylan, both Dylan and Raphael would have been learning situations for you. Like both of them. The undertone of both of those situations turned out to be like both of them kind of like lacked focus. So Raphael lacked the focus to be able to sort of like be in relationship, and so did Dylan, but for different reasons. Obviously, Dylan's a bit of a player. Raphael has his own insecurities that he's still navigating, so he's not necessarily all the way there yet. Miguel, yeah, he's changed a lot since the person that you knew, actually. I bet it's rewarding for a player to commit, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, is it though, girl? Because I got with like my previous relationship when I was younger. He was supposed to be somewhat of a player, but he wasn't really. And then he decided to do his playing whilst he was in relationship with me. So now, see lastly who were the little boys crushing on me and how they are now. Don't worry. Let's see. Josiah, firstly. Let's close out the space with Josiah and talk about that dynamic there. We already know that Josiah broke her heart previously. So, thank you. He would still be overwhelming to navigate. Yeah, he still comes with okay, he has a partner. Josiah has a partner. He has somebody that he's rocking with. So that situation would be a no-go. Into here. But yeah. Yeah, he's got someone. He's got someone, Josiah. I'm sure you're not surprised. Okay, he probably keeps a lady on his arm. No, lastly, see who are the boys. Okay, I just want to know all the details. Yeah. See, this is the thing. The other two, Raphael and Dylan, I think that they'll definitely sort of like be attractions too. I don't know that. Again, Josiah, I don't know that you would like the way that he treats you in situations. So that would be a turn off for you. So yeah, physical attraction is one thing, but trust me, like it can be lost very easily. You should never enter a relationship wanting to change someone. Trust me. When you accept them as they are, it's a little bit of a challenge, but it's easier to actually navigate the situation. And when I say it's a little bit of a challenge, they are going to be different to you. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of just what it is. I'll say this much as well. People change in relationships anyways because nothing is constant. Like change is inevitable. So if you go into a relationship and you're like, oh, this is just me, why are you in the relationship? Because the relationship is designed for you to grow. Just putting that out there as well. Because you're going to have to meet other people's not necessarily expectations, but in a relationship you meet each other's needs. And sometimes for instance, like I grew up in a very tough environment. Obviously I'm from Jamaica, my partner's from here. He has a different sort of dynamic, which means I have to be a lot more gentler in my approach, even though I grew up in a dynamic of tough love. I don't bring my toxicity into his face and tell him that he should put up with it because that is my normality. No, I grow. I seek to be able to become what he needs based on his environment that he's actually sort of comfortable with, and I learn how to mold myself to be conducive to that state, and vice versa. He also has to learn how to toughen up a little bit to be in my space because again I come from a tough love dynamic. So you find the right balance when you're in relationship with someone. Do you see what I'm saying? And I have to put that out there because half the time people go into relationships, like Chady said, absolutely rightly, trying to change people. Things don't work like that. When you're going into a relationship trying to change a person, you change yourself. That other person, let that other person focus on changing what they need to change. And they will only focus on those things if they want to be in relationship with you. Like, let's make that very clear. Because if they don't care enough to be in a relationship, they're just going to keep repeating the same cycles, the same patterns. Their growth is going to be limited. But yeah, don't worry. Josiah, he weren't it. He weren't it. And also, Miguel. Those were the two that was going to be a little bit tricky. Let's have a look at the other list of guys that was into you, right? Let's have a look at it. Oh. Let's see. Okay. Accept and love people as they are without expectations from giving your love. For sure, beautiful. For sure. And it's so much easier for you to get the shit that you want. Like that part. Actually, just giving actually allows for you to receive so much more. I know another black boy named Jameer that had a crush on me, but I more so saw him as a friend. I want to see what other little boys liked me. Okay. Okay. I don't want to change someone. I meant that it would be rewarding to have a player wanting to change his ways for you. I hear you, girl. I hear you. My ex found that out the hard way. Yeah. Hashtag this is the grin you get. That's called karma. Yeah. Nobody ever owes you anything, and each individual loves differently. 100%, 100%. Like I'm still learning different love languages of the people that I'm around. Even in friendships, I have to learn like people's love languages because my love language predominantly is actually acts of service. Like I'm an action taker, so that's just some people's are words of affirmations. They love to be. I'm not really that type, but I've had to learn to be. So it is what it is. When you care enough, you grow in these places. If you don't care, you kind of just stay the same in the relationship where there's a way anyways because it's not sustainable. That's kind of how that works. So I wish I would have realized loving or showing love differently earlier. That part, like, because I racked up a quite a big debt of karma in the process, definitely. Let's see. How about the boys that liked our girl Ari? What do you see happening in terms of those instances? Like, how would those situations? What's the question here, Ari? Let me just clarify actually. What is it that you want to know in this dynamic so I know how to sort of present it to them to get the actual truth? We think that because they don't love in the same way that we don't, that we do, that means they don't love us, which is so far from the truth. 100%, 100%. Their love might be different. Their love might have, what I learned is that my love had different levels of toxicities in different places and vice versa with my other partners, like in the past. You know, we get conditioned, man. Like, would I be attracted to at least some of the boys now? Okay. Guys who were into her, what would the attraction be today? As far as, okay. I sabotage so much because of that. Yeah. Yep. Self-sabotage is one of my main. I was literally about to go into that. That's what this weekend was about to be as well. They pointed that out to me. Yeah. I think a boy named Malachi likes me, but I don't remember how his name was spelled. He was really nice to me. Okay, talk to us. Love, love, love. Okay, thank you. Oh, we've already got so much going on. Okay. Okay. Oh, all introverted energy. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So, most of those situations, from what they're sort of like showing me when it comes to dynamics of it, there would be obstacles to most of those situations. Now, I think 3 of them are in relationships, or at least talking to somebody, figuring it out is how I'm going to put that. And then there's at least another 2 as well who are, that's not really where they're at the minute, I guess. Their focus is elsewhere. It's not really about relationship stuff, I guess. Sorry, let me come into the space and see what you were saying. All they're white guys, and also with white guys, I'm very aware that not all white guys are good guys, but I'm looking for either a white guy that's a gentleman or a Latino guy that's a gentleman. A half Latino, half white mix for a white guy, for a guy is a great mix. Yep. Best of both worlds. Okay, that's unfortunate. It would be nice having a childhood sweetheart. Yeah, three of them are taken, and two of them aren't necessarily in that place. Their focus is elsewhere, my love. Their focus is elsewhere. One of them is already a parent. One of them is already a parent. So they definitely don't have the capacity for anything new in their lives because the kid seems like she's under two. Yeah. Yeah, so that's fairly complicated. That's fairly complicated. That's interesting though. Why do you think to ask that question this week, Ari? Just out of curiosity. Sorry, I'm like looking into the whole space. Yeah. This isn't where you're gonna find the lovers match you're looking for. Or the cards. It's not supportive. Good evening, Margaret. What's the advice for a girl, Ari, in navigating through all this past stuff? Give us some insight, guys. What is the guidance for our girl, Ari? Okay. Okay. They said don't compromise. Ask your angels. But it does mean that you may experience situations where it's not a yes, I guess. But yeah, they're saying it's a case of asking for the right sort of help. I think both of the lists are close, my love. To be honest with you, Margaret, you're going to have to sort of tune in. I'm not going to be out here this weekend because I've got the boys. And I've got church as well now after. So I would probably say the following week. Maybe I might come in here on a Monday night. Let me know, guys. I might come in here on a Monday night next week instead. But we'll see. That's the full moon. I might be here in these streets for that full moon. I was very curious. The question came up out of nowhere. That's interesting. It's interesting. So, out of the situation, we've got Raphael and Dylan, who, I mean, there would still be attraction there, but it's still fumbled. And then, yeah, the other guys, it's so complicated, girl. I don't even know if you want those problems. But yeah, the advice is don't compromise and keep asking your angels. You'll get the right yes. Okay? I hope that was useful for you. They're beautiful. That was an interesting one. Okay. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. That was good too. All right, let's see. We've got Enlightened Millennial next. Let's go and dive into it, girl. Girl, that's probably why my ass is like, yeah, there's probably gonna be some shit coming up. Let me just come in here and get the car ready. And let's just get into it, guys, because I'm telling you, it's going to be an interesting one. Okay, guys, chill out. I'm gonna get on with it. They keep like, you guys kind of hear, but like, I've given them permission basically to kind of like utilize stuff in my house to be able to communicate. So yeah, they're just knocking on stuff. Telling me to get on with it. So I'm gonna get on with it. Enlightened millennial. I guess you guys want to dive into it. Shit is going to be crazy. Like literally. You see, like how we all come in here. We're talking about romance class all the time. Romance. Listen, we're about to have some serious romancing, classing. Partnerships are going to be up for reevaluation this season. Like it's gonna be, yeah, definitely interesting. Oh, yes, Tasha. I think I saw your message as well. Thank you, Tasha. Okay. Oh, and you sent me your message, your question on here as well, actually. Okay, do you want this same question that's on screen, beautiful, or do you want me to go with the question that's in here? Which one do you want? Which one do you want? One of my future spouse was actually a teen when I met them as a child. I know it's a bit weird, but yeah. What do you mean? That would be a little crazy. No, so sidebar, I met my partner when I was 14 and he was 10. And the universe had a plan going since then. And then it manifested like a good little while afterwards, after my long-term relationship ended around about 20. That situation sort of came back into play. So no, it's not weird, I guess, at all. Okay, the one on YouTube is the one you want. Okay, thank you for confirming, beautiful. Like I was a child, but met them when they were a teen. Yeah, not weird. Not weird. It's interesting because even with my partner, currently before we got together romantically, because he was my friend's little brother at that as well, which means he's younger than me. Okay, 4 years, and before we actually like got romantically involved, I had a dream. This is when my I guess precognition was being developed. I had a dream and he was like being super sexual towards me in that dream. I was like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing that? I'm going to tell your sister. That was my response in the dream. But I guess that was like God giving me a pre-warning to sort of like let me know if I'm game. And at the time, my type in terms of like what I was attracted to was changing at that time. So I had like a particular type ish that I was like into in terms of attraction at the time. And I was like slowly changing my attraction towards, I guess, Asian guys. And he was at the other end of that. And I've been with him for like all of my 20s and I'm 34 now. So I don't think it, and the same thing happened with my sister-in-law's auntie and her husband actually to date. So no, it's not weird at all, actually. It's probably one of the things that helps to like solidify a relationship as well. My younger sister married her high school sweetheart, and they have 2 daughters and didn't have sex until they got married. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying? Like when it's like young, yeah. When it's young, I don't know. It like the love is just different. Even just talking about like not having sex until like they were married. I went through like 5 years into my relationship. I went through like a vow of celibacy because God said that that's how I was going to be able to kind of like balance my sacral chakra because dealt with I dealt with sexual violation as a child. So my sacral chakra was a little bit off balance because of that. And that was a way for me to sort of like get back in and tested the relationship, but the relationship survived. Even now, like it's not the most important thing in the relationship to us, actually, our friendship is. And my brother married the chick who was pretty much his first girlfriend. They were 20 and 21 and have been married for 16 years. Yeah. Yeah. My brother as well, he's still with his first ever girlfriend. So yeah. It happens, man. Trust me, it's a really interesting situation, but let's go. And thank you for sharing as well, Chaley. Yeah. let's go and dive into some stuff for you. Tasha, thank you for confirming your name. Right, so let's dive into it. When is my next love relationship? Can you also give details of the potential partner if there is one? I have Gemini in 7th house with Chiron and Lilith. Interesting. Interesting. How do you find your engagement with Gemini counterparts? Like in romance class, have you ever had a Gemini in romance class? Just a question to you because, yeah, I want to sort of like understand a little bit more about how those situations are, I guess. I should have been a whore in this life. At least I would be making money. Well, OnlyFans is a thing. I don't say that to say that people on OnlyFans are whores. I'm just saying, like, that's a way to basically, like, make money without, I guess, doing too much. Depends. They say you can do foot content. Sorry, I have to laugh. 2024 humans are just, yeah, we are funny. Okay? We're the funniest bunch. Hi, Sammy, beautiful. Oh, love the parade situation. Okay, give us some indication of romance for Tasha. When do we see the next person sort of coming in? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because you've got your Chiron and Lilith. That's like Chiron, the wounded warrior. So they're going to basically bring up all of your fucking traumas, all your pains. They're going to be a catalyst for you to fucking work on all that shit. Pardon my F bombs, guys, because like this is me speaking about the like seriousness of it, right? Yeah, and then they're gonna be. I bet the sex was fiery though. I bet the sex was passionate. I bet the sex was like intensity, like literally mind fucking blowing, literally. Um, Based on the placement of these dynamics in your chart, that's kind of like what you would expect. With you engaging in a Gemini situation. Damn. The person previously. Yeah, based on what's in your chart, that's what you're gonna get from that. Okay, you're gonna get some mind-blowing sex and some emotional traumas. But you grow quick. You grow very, very quickly. But yes, let's see. Sorry. My relationships have been a battlefield. Hell yeah. I'm also a Scorpio. We rule sex. Okay. Love that. Shit, it must have been good for him then. The person previously before him was a Taurus with Gemini placements, and it was about 15 years. Okay. 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 I like that kind of dynamic for you because a Taurus helps them to be stable as they be like the mutable transactive Gemini because they have to keep moving. Like it always has to be change, which means chaos in most cases. But with them being like Taurus, like they can manage grounding a lot of that tornado energy as it moves. So I like that. Seems like you found like a nice little sweet spot there with that kind of dynamic of their chart when it comes to the Gemini. Love hate relationships. I'm tired, girl. Trust me. I hate you there. I hate you there. Okay. I have just figured out I'm going to be alone forever. Damn, girl. I'm happy not forever. Forever is a long time, girl. That's like the other lifetimes beyond this. No, no. We're gonna break that one. We don't want it forever. It's gonna be like a period of time, maybe. The Taurus wants to come back, but it's karmic. I don't want him. Thanks for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up on that, because I don't know if he's going to come out on some of the stuff coming up for love next. So I'm glad that you clarified that space. So we'll just bar Mr. Taurus because he's not an option. Girl. All right, for real, guys. Come on, let's have a look and see what's going on in Tasha's love life as clearly as you can. What do you see coming? Thank you. Damn, girl. Damn, girl. Sorry. I'm like looking at it, but it's like you've got like 3 major arcanas here, and the one card that actually represents romance class, Knight of Cups, girl. Okay, so that's why I'm just like, damn. Sorry. Okay. Oh, I mean in love. I mean in one of my lives. He was fine, but his mother who lived with us was insane, so I had to run away and raise the baby by myself in the forest. Oh, so sad. Oh, can you please name the cards pulled out? So we have the World card. We have that upright. Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit of a snippet. We have the World card upright. We have the Star card in reverse, right? And we have Romance card upright, but we also have the Empress in reverse. So that's why I'm like, oh, damn, girl. Okay. Okay, and on the undertone of all of this stuff, we actually have the 9 of Wands in reverse as well. So we know that there's some stuff to be sort of like taking place here when it comes to this particular class. Okay, so let me just dive into it, receive it, hold it, and I'll feed it back to you, right? Oh, Mina, you're back. Hey, beautiful. Harlem Bakery, are you here as well? And Certified Princess. I haven't seen you guys for a minute. I don't know if you guys are even in here, but if not, we're obviously going to get someone off the standby list if they're in here as well. We're like 3 hours into the live. My bad, guys. And it's like, oh, my bad, y'all. My bad. Okay. Thank you. Harlem Bakery. Start getting your question ready soon enough. I'll be sort of like coming over to you. With the situation, okay, romance class. Okay. So the way that they came out as well, I'm going to sort of like put this together. Listen, I can't stand them myself as well because the energy obviously is clearly introverted, but it's showing me. So because the undertone of this situation is talking about sort of like the stuff that has been a little bit hesitant, the stuff that's been a little bit hesitant. Those are really some of the stuff that are going to be sort of playing out more so in terms of the undertone. Yeah, no, I can imagine. And definitely the reverse, I was thinking with the situation is like, okay, experiencing some serious sort of like blockages as well when it comes to like creative blockages as well when it comes to romance. So these 2 cards came out cuddling each other. So the World card and the Star card in reverse. What I'm sort of like seeing when they're sort of like speaking to me about this particular situation, good thing about this is that you're actually completing these cycles when it comes to romance. situations. You're completing these cycles of like renewal. Oh, this is good. So this is speaking about Mr. X Taurus. So I'm sure you guys were like looping on lots of different cycles there. And again, because they're Taurus, the need to be able to change, even though they have the Gemini in their charts, basically make them mutable to be able to move with such changes. But obviously it would take them a longer time. Obviously they're not really as conscious, they're not really as aware, so they're just staying in their Taurus element. So I see why you're kind of like, nah, you're not supposed to stay here, you're supposed to move. I've been patient enough, I've given you enough time, you just want to keep doing the same shit that you're doing, but expect me to continue to turn a blind eye. It's not working for me. So it's interesting. They're like, what you're doing with that signal, that okay, so what you're doing with the Taurus, that's sending a definite signal to the universe of completing those cycles of renewal, right? You don't necessarily need to be navigating through any of those cycles of renewal. However, the romance situation, I don't know that you're ready right now per se for romance. I'm going to say, from what I'm seeing with this space, they're giving me a timeline of a good 5 months, 4 months and 8 days, basically, to be precise. Yeah, 4 months and 8 days. Okay. Show me. Thank you. Okay. 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 Okay, so again, I'm not going to lie to you. The next few weeks, you're still going to be experiencing unlikely air. You don't even want anybody coming in during this Mercury retrograde energy, especially anybody new anyways, because there's just going to be more on top of this Empress energy in reverse that you're experiencing, right? The Taurus has Scorpio North Node. Oh, interesting. We both had to learn from each other. I'm actually not ready today, but I wanted to know what's to come. Yeah, I don't think that there's anything space-wise here for you in the next few weeks anyways. It's still an unlikely air. In the next few weeks, I'm seeing sort of like 4 months situation, 4 months, 8 days, between 4 months and 8 days to 4 months and 10 days. There may be a bit of a 2-day delay in terms of the timeline situation there. But yeah, not necessarily anything right now per se. I don't necessarily think that, yeah, I don't know that you have fully the capacity right now to be able to sort of like take on anything. But yeah, in a good few months, it's like in a few months, you're kind of like, in a different place, I guess. I guess there's a little bit more of a acceptance. Is the Taurus a bit of a stalker? Sorry. I shouldn't use that word per se, but do they give stalker energy? Okay, let me put it like that. Do they give stalker energy? Taurus. Possessive a little bit. Yeah. Dash. Unfortunately, free list is closed, donation list is closed, but we do have a standby list. So maybe you can get in on the standby list, but if not, then you may want to tune in probably the next eclipse. I'll be out here in these YouTube streets. Okay, definitely stalker energy. Okay, interesting. The reason why I asked about that, yeah, I know, girl. He's a part of the reason why you don't necessarily have the capacity for anything love-wise. But I think that there'll be something that's sort of like taking place in the course of the next 3 months for him. There's something that happens for him over the course of the next It's interesting. Do they date or do they try to date, even though they're so possessive over you? I'm going to ask you that because I think what's happening in about 3 months or so is not necessarily that they're off you per se. It's more so that their attention is detoured. So they find a new little shiny object, basically, to kind of like shift their focus for a little bit. Do they date even though they're so? Can you tell me what the Taurus Steven Santos intentions are? Okay, let's dive into it. Let's dive because I was trying to sort of like have an understanding basically. So what was happening from what I could see out there, there was going to be a potential interest, a potential love interest coming into their orbit, right? Because I could see that they had the stalker tendencies where they're possessive over you. He wants me and other women. Yeah, okay. That makes sense because what I was sort of like seeing the situation is that he's possessive over you, but he wants to have his cake and eat it too. And in about 3 months or so, it's not that he's off you, it's that his attention is detoured. So he's basically looking at the new shiny object that he's got. And he gets bored as well. He gets bored fairly easily. Again, that's probably that Gemini, all those Gemini placements, obviously keeping him on the move. Yes, I can name many women between us in the past 15 years. Yeah. Okay, talk to me then. Let's have a little look. Stephen's intentions. Talk to me about it. What are Stephen's intentions towards our girl Tanya? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Stephen ain't shit. I mean that respectfully, okay? Right. Let's talk about Stephen's intentions for a minute. And I'm going to tell you why I said that. Because, okay, so his intentions, right, from what I can see in terms of the dynamics of what he's got going on here, like, his whole thing is he's kind of navigating through an inevitable end, but he doesn't want to come in and take any responsibility. He doesn't want to like take any. Oh, is it? You probably don't want to take responsibility for Tanya, girl. He doesn't want to take responsibility for any of it. Like, basically, his thing to come in, he just wants to come in and talk about like future stuff and talk about like, oh, we're going to do this and let's do that and all of it. He wants to take no accountability for anything. He has no intentions of taking any like accountability for anything, right? And it's interesting. Yeah, well, one of the things that I was sort of like seeing is that there's an imbalance in his work and personal life as well. And that's another aspect to the situation that he doesn't want to take responsibility for. He lives basically like when you said childish, yes, he lives like a child. He doesn't want to take on any responsibility. He doesn't know how to navigate responsibility. And I can't say he doesn't know how because clearly he knows how, but he knows how to avoid it, if anything. He knows that, okay, actually knowing how to actually take on responsibility and juggle it. He's not that great at that per se, but respectfully, Stephen ain't shit. Like, okay, I'm not trying to say that in like a deep way. He's just not, like on the shit meter, like being the shit. He's just not there, and he doesn't want to be either. He doesn't want any of those accolades that would make him the shit either. Those aren't his priorities. Let's have a look at the kids. Thank you. I'm going to use the energy cards for that read, actually, because they're innocent bystanders. Let's have a little bit of a look at this. Talk to me about the children, guys. Okay. What do you see as far as the kids in the middle of this dynamic? Thank you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. He hasn't seen them in over 6 months. He stopped seeing the kids because I moved on. And that's what I'm saying in terms of his whole possessive thing. Like, I didn't get it. It didn't even make any sense. I don't even know how he rationalizes these emotions within himself. They're so young. They're like a 3-year-old. That whole childish thing that you're talking about, he reverts back to like a 3-year-old version of himself. He's stuck at a few different ages, 3, 4, 5, and 7. That 6 is out of the question, but 3, 4, 5, and 7 are all of the sequences of a lot of these things that you saw him doing, playing out, basically. But yeah, in terms of the kids, in all honesty, I'm not gonna lie. You releasing, I guess, him, it gives them an opportunity to be able to kind of like process some of the anxieties. Right now, how old are the kids? Help me to sort of like see their ages dynamic, because they're saying to me that it's different. It's different for each child, basically, is what they're telling me. So I want to be able to sort of like give it to you individually so you can navigate for each of them. Yeah. Whilst you're sort of like typing that in, I'll say this much to you, that they all sort of like appreciate you already in the dynamics of everything that you're going through. And because of your strengths, they've obviously chosen you to be mum for this life, to be able to navigate through some of the things that they will have to go through. They do. They are literally like, they're learning how to manage their anxieties when it comes to the situation. And they're having to go through, they appreciate you when it comes to the situation, right? The 13-year-old, I sense, okay, so everybody's dealing with it a little bit differently. The 13-year-old, they're dealing with it differently to the younger kids, right? Their situation on it is that they love dad, just don't like the two of you guys together. So they low-key are happy, not happy, but okay, let me use the word relieved, right? Because they had different types of anxieties when you guys were together, and just kind of like, because again, you're their primary caregiver, you're the person that provides them with a lot of the nurturing, you're the person that sits and listens and all of these factors. So a lot of the, yes, babe, yes, they're actually happy. They're actually happy. that you guys aren't necessarily in the relationship sort of situation together. I'm not gonna say that they're like not disappointed by the fact that he hasn't been around, but at the same time they're not surprised because for them so the 13-year-old is happy. Like it's a different dynamic for each of the kids. The 13-year-old is happy. um it is, and I think obviously the 13-year-old who endured a lot of it, um they have their own experience of it where they're just like they're not living in a fairy tale of it. If anything, they realize that this is the healthiest that the situation can be, and they realize that he was predominantly a lot of the problem, for lack of a better way of putting it, because a lot of that anger actually is directed towards him, because they saw that he had like ample chances and opportunities, and you gave ample chances and opportunities for things to be different and for changes to actually sort of like be implemented, but nothing ever really stuck. My question is, am I supposed to remain single? It's been hard dealing with men and rejection. Keep riding the wave. There's something sort of like coming into your space, like I said, 4 months from now. Right now, there isn't really the capacity emotionally for anything as well. And also because, like, like I said as well, his little behind. As much as he's not necessarily wanting to sort of like be present per se for the kids and stuff, and his relationship with the kids is basically contingent on your relationship with him. He's gonna be sort of like finding his next little bright light, basically, like those fireflies that they just like, oh my god, light. Okay, when he finds his next light, um he's on drugs and alcohol as well. I believe that's what's affecting him. More than likely, he's probably utilizing the drugs and alcohol as a vice to deal with the stuff at 3, 4, 5, and 7 that he needs to be dealing with. The 2-year-old is kind of like doesn't really fully understand what's going on, to be fair. Doesn't fully really understand what's going on, but there's a little bit of anxiety about the changes that has taken place in the home. Let's have a little look at the other ages. The 7-year-old is going to start lashing out. I'm not going to lie. The 7-year-old is going to start lashing out in terms of their behavior. They're now having to process an abandonment wound. It won't necessarily last for like a long time. But it's going to last for a good little period of time. I think obviously it's going to take them some time to adjust to this, because now what's going on with dad is basically it's creating abandonment wounds, but it's also creating insecurities and self-worth, and the depleting of that worth is what's going to bring up certain behaviors of anger. So they're going to have a little bit of challenge articulating themselves, communicating, using their words. Their patience is going to be quite short because they're thinking about and overthinking about lots of other things. Oh, oh, that's okay, beautiful. That's okay. That's okay. Take your time. Take your time. That was for Haley, BTW. Take your time, beautiful. Don't worry about it. I got you. I understand as well. And yeah, the my 7-year-old son cries for him and told me he blames me for his dad leaving. See, yeah. There's some anger there, and he just kind of needs to bleed that out. I think once they get to that place of realizing that dad chose to leave because of them, like not the kid, but because of them. Like dad chose to leave because of dad. When I say chose to leave, I mean obviously exiting from their lives. Obviously, the relationship didn't work out. and that's what it is. But as far as the relationship between them and dad, that's something that dad has an obligation to work on, regardless of the relationship between you and him. And I think obviously it's going to take some time for them to be able to sort of like mature. But between 8 and 9, they get there. 8, they start to get into acceptance. 9, they start to see that it was probably for the best. And I think dad's going to be sort of like navigating through these battles that he's going through with his vices for a good little period of time, to be fair. And the probability of change, I'm not gonna lie, it's like pretty low. It's pretty low. The highest it could potentially peak to is 57. And that's with a lot of work in between. So I don't know if it's not to sort of like say a person can't change. What I mean when I'm about to say is that the change might take a longer period of time. So at the minute, based on their current behavioral dynamics and the things that they would have to sort of change, the small little things, it would be a 50%, 57% likelihood of change. If they're able to sort of like execute and maintain that level of change, obviously that would increase the probability. Do you see what I'm saying? It would increase the probability of that change being able to be more constant. Um, he is he is open to see them. He chooses not to. I know, I know that that's a part of the dynamic. A part of that is because he's punishing you. For not wanting to sort of like be with him. Um, and to some degree, I guess that punishment, if you will, is kind of like showing itself. Your 7-year old is obviously kind of like, making you responsible. Somebody has to be responsible for daddy's actions, right? And if daddy's not present to be responsible for his own actions, your 7-year old, because they don't know how to be able to sort of like place that blame accordingly, your 7-year old is obviously putting that responsibility onto you because you are around and you are present. Just be patient with them, give them the love that they need, and explain as best you can, because obviously they still are struggling to be able to understand, but explain as best you can, without taking or depleting their self-worth. Daddy has a right to come see you. Daddy can still come and see you. Daddy just chooses not to. But that doesn't take anything away from you. It doesn't take anything away from how important you are to me. It doesn't take anything away from how special you are to me. Those types of conversations, because I think they're really dealing with they're dealing with abandonment wound forming, and they're dealing with their self-worth basically being depleted as a side effect of that abandonment wound. So their value systems getting very much discombobulated. A 4-year-old still doesn't necessarily grasp fully what is actually going on per se, but they can feel the absence of dad around. If anything, I see the 4-year-old is a little bit more clingy, a little bit more like attached, a little bit needy. So yeah, all the kids are sort of like processing differently when it comes to the situation. But I trust and believe that you have what each and every single one of them need. They chose you because of your strength. They chose you because you have the ability to be able to step up and show up for them when this moment ensued in their experience, because obviously they knew. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, your 4-year-old still loves him 100%. That's what they're sort of like basically getting like clingy towards you for, is because they're missing that space for dad, basically. So they're overcompensating and becoming a little bit more codependent, basically. Like you spent time sort of like building their independence and stuff like that. But yeah, they they're developing a little bit of an anxious attachment style as a consequential result of this absence. But the kids, you'll be fine with the kids. He's going to be himself. He's got another 18 months of this trajectory that he's on before he has like a bit of a curve, like a pivoting. I think there's a curveball that's thrown in 18 to 19 months from now that kind of like recourses things a bit. What's your next question, beautiful? I'm going to have to pack up all the cards because I got no more space. I've been seeing angel numbers 111, 1111, and want to know what's the reason behind that. You're literally on your timelines of new beginnings. You're literally in your spaces of new beginnings. But we're going to go and pull some cards and see what the guides want you to know on the 111 situation. Speak to my kids and have an honest conversation to help them. Yeah. And I think it will do it'll do some good because they're processing a lot at the minute, and unfortunately because dad's just, you know, left you in the thick of it. Literally he is doing this to like spite you basically. And you're having to deal with that because obviously now you're dealing with, you know, the kids being broken. Oh, look at you, all these mirror numbers. Mirror, 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 mirror. Look at that. It's like amplifying, amplifying, amplifying. Okay, let's have a little look. What's going on? Oh, 1111. Look at that. That's probably why you get all the mirror numbers. You came in on a mirror sequence, babe. Let's see. Talk to me about like what's going on with the mirrors. You guys are communicating with Tasha from the mirror reality. Talk to me about that. What's going on with some of these numbers she's sort of seeing? As clearly as you can. Thank you. Okay. 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 That basically, I'm just going to give it like completely true to you as far as like, well, I also hear ringing in my left ear and not sure if it's a medical condition or a spiritual side. Girl, I hear you there. Because when I was feeling like all of these different activations, I was having lots of activations throughout this week. I could feel like an activation in my upper right rib. I'm trying to sort of like understand what organ was being activated there, and on the left side it was my lower left rib. So yeah, the ringing in your ear is what happens when you're actually like moving up in certain levels. In some cases, sometimes it can also happen when you're sort of coming down in vibration as well. So it depends on what direction you're going in. It's kind of like what happens when you're, you know, when you're on a flight and like just when you go up to a certain degree, like your ears kind of like get that whole situation where it kind of starts to strain. And then when you're sort of like coming down, it takes a minute as well. You go through the same thing, and then it takes a minute for your ears to pop. So it depends on what direction your body, you're actually going in, emotionally speaking. It's kind of the same difference. But yeah, with the situation on the actual mirror numbers, they're basically saying that with what you're navigating through with Stephen, with what you're navigating through with that situation. And I have to call it that situation because basically I'll give you the cards because we spoke about this before. We've got Death card upright, Eight of Cups in reverse. We've got Six of Cups upright, and we've also got Six of Wands in reverse. So what they're sort of like showing me is that like the death of the previous sort of like situation, more or less, it actually sort of signifies walking away from situations that are hopeless, walking away from situations that potentially, I don't want to say mean you no good, but situations that could potentially sort of like keep you looping, psychologically speaking. Those situations that kind of like keeps you reunited with cycles that aren't necessarily serving for you. Those things, that's what they want to let you know. Those things are no longer. However, you're still navigating through a little bit of lack of confidence with where you are in the process of that. And you can be confident in that. You can be confident in the reality that you're creating for yourself, even though it might come with a little bit of an aftermath. Do you see what I'm saying? They're sort of saying to you, like, look, there is a little bit of a fall from grace, and you are going to have to navigate through what this situation looks like and feels like for the most part. But exactly, girl. Exactly. And it's the end of it. It's the end of it. It's the end of it, girl. It is the absolute end of it. Still don't, it's like it's taking on too much. Do you see what I'm saying? That's what they're sort of like saying when it comes to that situation. It's taking on too much. It's pretty ruthless as well. Like it's not even like when it comes to Stephen, he's really willing to actually take action and show up, right? I keep learning and learning, and it has brought me so much pain. Yeah, I think with the situation, you know, you've made the decision that you've made at the minute for yourself, and also actually, despite what they realize at the minute, also for the kids as well, because that gives them an opportunity to potentially grow up in an environment that is a little bit less chaotic than if he's sort of like around 24/7 and constantly projecting his brokenness, because that's really what was happening. He was just spewing out, bleeding out in all of these different places that he wasn't prepared to fix. But yeah, beautiful. They said, fear not. You're actually just ending cycles and breaking reunion with old cycles that serve you no purpose. You're walking away from aimlessly drifting into nowhere. Okay, let's close out the space. You good for me to close out the space with some guidance? Yeah? What's the guidance for a girl, Tasha? What is the guidance for a girl, Tasha, in the situation? Thank you. Okay. It's all good, beautiful. It's all good. I think the sort of guidance that they're sort of like giving is that when it comes to the past situation, there isn't something better. It's not going to be like a miraculous sort of like turnaround, because there's so much work that has to be done. Is very intricately woven into the whole process of the unraveling of it all. The best that you can do with the situation is communicate clearly, and that is a situation that is going to be like improving this situation. helps with your ability to communicate with the kids. It helps with the kids' ability to be able to communicate with you. Yes, I'm not going to lie to you. You are going to be an emotional soundboard. You're even going to be a bit of an emotional, like, doormat. People, like, when it comes to, like, the kids in the situation, there are going to be certain outbursts. Like I said, your 7-year-old's taking it pretty bad. 4-year-old is still processing it, still doesn't quite understand, but they understand the absence of dad. And your 2-year-old is still not all the way clear on what's actually going on, but they still don't get it as well. I think them and the 4-year-old are in a similar sort of like situation. The 13-year-old is actually like relieved the situation is what it is. So just having open dialogue with everyone is really going to be the thing that like improves during this season, and it's going to help you guys actually come together, and you guys are actually going to bond in this process in a different way. Actually, he's almost forced a different bonding experience for the family dynamic. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. Thank you for yeah, asking and sharing and all that beautiful stuff. Much appreciated. Like my whole deck, all the decks are out practically. So yeah, thank you for that. Right. Oh damn. Harlem Bakery was so quick. That's how you do that, okay? Oh, dude. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Okay. Let's. I appreciate you, beautiful. Thank you so much. Okay, Firefly Magic, you're up next. After, oh no, sorry, my bad. My bad. Yeah, no, Harlem already put her stuff out. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Harlem, I think I started. If I didn't, yeah, I did start it. Okay, so this is Harlem's question. Let me put myself in a little cookie. Sorry, we're going to have a look at the... Okay, so we've got Harlem Bakery, Certified Princess, who's also here. Ash 13's here as well. We've got Sammy, Malipele, and Ashwini. Ashwini I saw not too long ago as well, actually. Hey, Ashwini. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, beautiful. At least they have their mom. Yeah. Oh. I'm sorry, Charlie. I get the triggers. That's what I was saying. I got it. Oh, that is so tough. That is so tough. Oh, I'm sending you Bluetooth cuddle, girl. Where was... Sorry, I'm going back to your question. Harlem Bakery. Okay. A general reading, please. My life a mess. Money and personal, going through a lot with my building I'm living in, and have a hard time finding job. and get my W-2 to even file my taxes. So money be on tight. I feel, sorry, I'm gonna go into this question. I feel like all this effort, me being mother, have a lot worry, which caused me to isolate myself a lot from everyone and shut down. I have 3-year-old and 9-year-old. Okay. We'll go back to the, like, where it said the question. Sorry, I just wanted to sort of like put that out so I can have a proper read of it. And we've got Ash's question as well. Oh, and he thinks he has a mom that doesn't love him. That's not true. Not true at all. Amen to that one. Oh, trust me, Charlie, I get you on that. I felt like pretty deeply. I've been trying to like navigate it psychologically. I've been like observing the different levels, but I've been moderately navigating a level 4 depression for weeks. I think I want to say I just haven't been thing with it. So I hear you. Of course, it's true. Why would he think any different? Oh. Yeah, he still has memories. I think obviously the lack of it depends as well on how those things are sort of like programmed in his mind, and what, the absence of you, the narratives that are being brought up about your absence in his space. So I hear that. Okay. Let's dive a little bit into this journal for Harlem Bakery. Let me have a look at the list a little bit, see where we are with the list. This is the list as well, guys. I'm just going to store it. So I've got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn, we barely got anywhere. We're like almost 4 hours in. I'm going to have to pick up the momentum, guys. I've got like work, and I'm in for like a really big conversation tomorrow, acknowledging my failures and stuff. So pray for me on that. Okay. That was the thing that was causing me a little bit of depression, but it's brought us a whole different space to be able to do more of this stuff. So yeah. And I'm going to pray for you as well, Alial, and you, Chaley. Okay, because I'm sure that this season's been pretty intense for you. I can only imagine. I don't even have those like dynamics or circumstances to have those problems. Do you know what I mean? So I can only imagine for you like how big these eruptions are, like on a soul level. I'm praying for you, beautiful. I'm sending you lots of love. Sorry. Okay, let me pop your question back up, Harlem. Okay, we want a general for Harlem. What do you guys need Harlem to know about where they are and where they're going? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, so what do you want me to let them know? Okay. What do you want me to let them know about that? Okay. Sorry, I was like looking at what's going on with the whole situation. So, oh, bro, I hate you there. I hate you there. Potentially for change, potentially for the hope of change, and the opportunity to be able to sort of rekindle or reconstruct a different dynamic, potentially. So to dive into your situation, Harlem Bakery, a couple of things that they're showing me is that you're actually, so you cause, there's a lot of stress on the work situation. You're reclaiming your power over that. I'm not going to lie to you. I know that you're looking for work situations and dynamics. And I'm not trying to be rude. Okay. I'm just trying to be honest. They said that you're also lazy. Just I'm not trying to be rude. So what I mean by that is they're saying that they do see you trying, right? They're not taking that away. But there's also other things outside of the things that you want to do. There's other things that you can do that you're just not doing. And really, that is the problem. Like, okay, so basically what they're showing me is it's a vicious cycle of looping, and this is where the looping is sort of like happening. You feel unmotivated, and that unmotivated feeling sort of like keeps you distracted, and being distracted puts you in this place of like not being able to accomplish much in that regards, and then you not then seeing results. You're not going to see any results because you're not really doing anything to yield results, basically. So you're not necessarily seeing results, then also gets into this cycle of sadness, basically. And there's so much self-worth wrapped up in that sadness. And then with that situation, with the sadness and the self-worth issues being there, the manifesting of a secure work situation is almost non-existent, because vibrationally one isn't even at the place of believing that that's what one deserves. You see what I'm saying? Like, you have a lot of negative self-talk as well in your unconscious. Like, I hear it. I don't know who put this here. I'm seeing mum. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mum was like quite the critical sort of like critical parent. So the way in which they would guide or teach or train was always critique. Encouragement was like it, I wouldn't say it was frowned upon, but it wasn't necessarily the first point of communication, basically. So there's a lot of negative self-talk back there. You definitely need to sort of like touch on that, because that's also another thing that is basically causing the hesitancy to actually being able to move forward. You're looping, babe. You're looping. And this looping is stemming from lack of motivation. There's so much self-worth that's wrapped up in all of this stuff. Is pretty strange. So, like I said, the lack of self-worth, the lack of motivation, boredom's in there as well. And then you have to be mindful, because when you kind of like get into these places, yes, a lot deal with a lot of anxiety, and yes, very, she was not the best, put me down a lot, and I just praying I'm not doing to my kids. You may not be doing it to your kids, but you're still doing it to yourself, my love. I'll tell you what. Go back in your memory file of one of the things that you can remember in childhood, one of those moments of critical analysis, because that's what she was in. She was in the mode of critique, which is fine. I mean, the mind is designed to be able to do that, but you have to sit down into the heart space to learn the habit of encouragement. And she was disconnected from her heart. It had nothing to do with you. It was just you got the experience of that mom at the time because you was collateral damage to her process. So go back to a file, a memory file that you can find, because what's going on in your unconscious is that all of the things that she planted back there is buried, and they are actually like unconsciously a part of your default setting. You haven't updated them. Unfortunately, they haven't been updated since she planted some of those there. I know that you've done your best to basically kind of like push forward in spite of it. I know that you've kind of like, you know, kind of tried to go against the grain type thing, right? Which is good, but you also have to take the time to deprogram in order to reprogram, because you're automatically going into the reprogramming, but you haven't taken the proper time to deprogram. And the deprogramming part is very, very crucial to how well the new program engages in the software. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. But yes, deprogram, find a memory where she told you something. Yes, but then get stuck and shut down. Yeah. Okay. Um, yeah. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Because what's keeping you looping on this stuff is some of the stuff. So the lack of motivation, you're not motivated to do things because you're convinced that you can't unconsciously, because of these programs that mums basically planted again unconsciously. So the lack of motivation, it's almost like fear of trying because of fear of failure, because you don't want to fail. And then it's almost like her voice back there is like, it gets louder and louder and louder and telling you about all of these things about yourself that you should basically, all these inadequacies that you should feel ashamed of. Relieve yourself of the feeling of shame. Go back into one of these memory banks, relieve yourself of that feeling of shame. There's another way that your mom could have handled, teaching you in those situations. She taught you what you were not to do, so that obviously you don't do that to your children, but you need to also go back and program and teach you what you need to do so that you can pour that into yourself, right? Because you're mustering stuff up for your children that you don't even have. Give it to yourself a little bit more so that you can like have it in abundance consistently to sort of like continue to give to them, because right now your energy is very, very depleted. Your stress levels are high, your enthusiasm levels are low. So got to do a little bit of like switching things up a little bit, like and you need to incorporate a different diet. At the minute you have there's some stuff going on in your diet. You need a little bit more savory stuff. So basically you're lacking of affection, or you're yearning for affection. Do you generally have a sweet tooth? Let me ask you that. Do you generally have a sweet tooth? There's a reason why I'm asking, don't worry. We're going to sort of like unpack that a bit to sort of like get a little bit more clarity. Okay, you need to switch to savory. Not you need to, okay, so you need to moderate that sweet. So be mindful in terms of like what sugars you're basically putting into your body. So the sugars are depleting. Again, these hormonal shifts is an indication of what's actually going on in our environment a lot of the time. So when your sugar levels are sort of like depleted and you're yearning for affection, then you're going to want more sweet stuff. Because you're going to be switching the algorithm to incorporate just the right level of savory, right? Just the right level of savory. That's also going to help in terms of the balancing hormonally on a physical level, because what you're going to be doing in the programming, that's going to be on a mental and emotional level. The eating dynamic is going to be on a physical level. So you're basically tackling it from the 3 layers of the multi-body. And this is then in turn going to have an impact on the spiritual ethereal body. Yeah. I suffer from tamar, which caused my liver to not break down odor. So put a dent in me getting a job. I'm fast learning, but who really wants to hire someone that smell? Okay. Okay. Just look for a job working from home. That's the blessing of COVID. COVID made that okay. And honestly, COVID came with a lot of sacrifices, don't get me wrong. But it also had like some very big blessings there. Look for jobs that you can do in the comfort of your own home, that you have basically the mental capacity to actually be able to execute. Customer service situations would be generally quite good for somebody like yourself. Administration duties, because you, as you mentioned, are a fast learner, that would actually be okay for you as well. Look for jobs that basically gives you the, you're looking for jobs in places that isn't conducive to your particular circumstances, right? You don't need to be anywhere physically per se these days. So look for remote jobs. And yeah, I don't think it's going to be a quick situation or a quick turnaround, because I think, and I'm going to tell you why, you are the reason why it's going to be a bit of a slow turnaround, but you will get there in terms of finding the right remote situation for yourself. The belief that you're not going to find something is the thing that's basically going to be holding you back for a good little period of time, for weeks, potentially months, actually, before you sort of like find your breakthrough when it comes to this situation with the job stuff. Break through some of those mental barriers as well. Okay. Push yourself, challenge yourself. If you don't think you can, tell yourself, I think I can, I think I can. Just like Thomas the Tank Engine. I'm telling you, half the time when I get like my adult self gets so serious, I have to revert to like my anime characteristics to really be able to push through some of these heavy tides. So, one of the things as well that they were sort of like showing me with the situation, there's a lack of closure with how you are creating friendship situations as well. You have some trust issues there as well. I guess you've had some backstabbing situations in the past, and it's kind of like left you a little bit on edge, to say the least, a little bit like almost on a defense, right? Just good and ready for whatever to pop off type thing. You got to do something about that. That's got to sort of like give, it's got to change a little bit. Something's got to be different in that space, right? So that's something that you're going to need to sort of figure out how. Yeah. And I think that's also a part of the, like, you know, some of these things that you're sort of like navigating through, one thing lends to the other. I wouldn't say go out there and like just pretend to be a social butterfly. That's not who you are. You're actually an introvert. That's your natural state. I'm not going to ask you to do something or be something that you're not. What I will say is find people within those friendship groups or family circles that you're comfortable being self with, so that you can express more of self more frequently. And that will also give you like the feeling that you're not so alone so often, right? That loneliness will slowly subside, basically. So yeah, those are some of the dynamics. You've got like some stuff in those spaces as well that, you know, people are looking out for you. People haven't heard from you in a minute, and they're still waiting to see what's going on in your world. So they're still waiting for incoming communication. So there are people there who wants to hear from you. You just have to utilize those spaces a little bit more effectively. Okay. We're going to close out the space. I'm going to start picking up the pace as well, guys, because your girl got work and we're 4 hours in. So yeah, what is the guidance for Harlem in navigating? Make a birthday page. What is the guidance for Harlem in navigating this space? Yeah. You're crossing the path of improving your health over the course of the next few weeks. 5 to 7 weeks for you. This Mercury retrograde is going to be telling. You will have certain conversations kind of like come back up again. You get an opportunity to revisit those conversations. There may be about 2 or 3 triggers in particular that you can sort of watch out for. They're going to be like the killers basically to your ego. It's almost like they catch you in these unexpected moments and you're going to be forced to kind of like react to them. But don't be too hard on yourself like after the facts, because I know after basically situations happen, you go away and you overthink things as well. But the restrictions that you feel, the resistances that comes up in your body, they need to come up and out, and those situations that comes are giving you the perfect opportunity to show you what those resistances are. Okay. Yeah, that part, but you'll be fine. You'll be fine. The stuff that throws you off, that's exactly what it's designed to do, to really show you what the real of the situation is. Because sometimes we tend to, for lack of a better way of putting it, sometimes we tend to lie to ourselves because the truth is a lot more fearful to face. But yeah. Yes, I start progress and then get hit with drama and shut down. You're gonna have to find a different way to be able to communicate, my love. This Mercury retrograde dynamic of communication class, there's going to be at least 2 or 3 conflicts that is going to give you an opportunity to activate your throat chakra because it was shut down by mom years ago. 3 and 5 are 2 main ages that I'm seeing significant vocal cord shutdown. So when you go back to some of those memories or the memory that you're going to choose, 3 or 5, there's some stuff there. Yeah, there's some stuff there, but I hope that was useful for you. I wish I could go more into stuff, even more so, but y'all know how it is. Now we're against the clock, so I'm gonna try and be as quick as I can where I can with the stuff. I'm gonna move on to the next person. I think the next person is what's her name? I don't think they've put their thingy in the chat, but yeah. Pop your question in the chat. Oh, there you go. Certified. That's okay, beautiful. That's okay. Like really put into action what we spoke about though. For real. I think it's gonna like open doors for you. And you can get out of your own way with that. Okay, so okay. Okay. This is a list. Just want to confirm. Is everybody here from the list? Certified Princess, I've got their question. It starred. Ash, I've got her question. It starred. Sammy I haven't seen for a minute. Firefly Magic I've seen a while ago. Malapele and Ashwini. Are you guys all here as well? Okay. Oh, can you see? Oh, I've got my little water here as well. Oh, Malapele. I think I saw you on my IG. I am going to go and take a quick break. I usually try to get a little break in around about 3 hours in. We're 4 hours in. Yeah, I know, beautiful. Sammy, Malapele, and Ashwini is waiting on their turn. Okay. I do need some new water. I do need some new water because I feel like I'm like rationing my water to be able to sort of maintain. But give me a second, guys. And my cookies are almost finished too. Okay, I'm gonna go and top up my water firstly. And then we are gonna come back and dive into Certified Princess. All right. I can imagine. We've been in here for like 4 hours already. Look at you taking one for the team, Ash. All right, I'll be back, y'all. Give me a second. is back. I'm back, y'all. Okay, where were we? Right. Okay. Oh, Sammy, you're here. Okay. We're gonna look at future partner for certified princess. Okay, Miss P. Okay. So certified P guys wants to know. Oh, interesting. Oh. Okay, let's dive into what's coming for certified princess and love as far as the partner. Okay. 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 This is going to be an interesting class for you, love. Okay. Aha. Okay, I'm going to take it all in. Okay, so my love, the next person that's coming in is basically going to expand your consciousness in the class of control. I'll explain a little bit more. So the next person that's coming in, what's your sun sign? Certified princess. Help me understand that, because there's a little bit of rigidity in the scope of that needs to be expanded a little bit. Okay. You're designed to be able to bring things into balance. Well, they are definitely a good negotiator. Okay, because okay, so the situation, you warned me about this tunnel. You told me not to give up. I will never forget that. Keep fighting, girl. We're here for you. We're going to put some prayers out as well. Don't worry. It's a fight we're all sort of in together. I got you, mama. But yeah, so this person that's sort of like coming in, they are the potential for the, like, you know, the Mr. Right situation that you're looking for, right? However, the dynamics of the situation is going to test your ability to want to control how things actually sort of like plays out when it comes to certain dynamics of things. Sorry. I'm going to tell it to you like how it's being downloaded into me. You're not always right. You don't always have the answers. And sometimes you're going to sort of like be put in a position to actually have to listen. I think in most instances, you're sort of like given the leadership role. And in this particular dynamic with this person, you're more so in the passenger seat a lot more, and you're going to have to figure out how to be able to be comfortable in that position in your life, because you have always had to somewhat be in the driver's seat for a lot of things. But this person, I think that they're coming in to show you that they're capable, and I think also they're coming in to be able to relieve you of that duty. Yeah, they're coming in to be able to relieve you of that duty when it comes to the romance side of things. But the difficulty for you is going to be being able to sit and surrender in that. I think the situation for you is going to be like a test of faith. Like, it's almost like all the things that you've prayed for, once it arrives, you start to question it, you start to doubt it, and you then don't know how to live in it. You don't know how to be in it. You don't know how to sort of like become exactly who you need to be in receiving it. It's almost like you're still being who you were before the prayer was answered, type thing. So that is going to be your biggest challenge in this love dynamic with this person. I'll give you a little bit of their characteristics. They're pretty tall, dark. When I say dark, not like, I don't know how to sort of like put it, but yeah, they say tall, dark, and handsome, but tall and dark, but light eyes. Light eyes. I'm seeing sort of like greeny gray eyes, high cheekbones, more of a straight sort of like face in terms of shape. Very endearing, very charming. They come from, I guess, a good sort of family situation and dynamic. So he has exemplary on how to basically sort of like treat a female in his space and in his situation. Like he has exemplary. His parents are still together. They've been together for about 36 years. And yeah, like that's a situation that he himself, I think he sees something in you. And he wants to be able to sort of like nurture that, but you have to be willing to let him, is what I'd say to you when it comes to your situation. Okay. I'm gonna close out the space and actually ask a little bit about what the guidance actually is for you in that. What is the guidance, guys? What action? Okay. So the guidance for you is to learn how to be stealthy about the actions that you didn't take and taking the right actions this time by making sure you take the necessary precautions. You don't have to question your actions. So basically, because of how you've made certain decisions in the past, the main thing that may be disrupting the space for you is doubt. Your doubt in trusting yourself that you're making the right decision this time with this person, but treat them individually. Judge them or discern them by what they show you. Judgment gets very skewed and stuff like that. That stuff happens like anyways. That's karma's job. Our job is to discern so that we can obviously make the best decisions in terms of the type of karma we create for ourselves. But yeah, just don't judge too harshly for the things that you didn't do before in this situation, and be willing to trust that you may be in the right space at the right time to actually experience doing some of the things that you weren't able to do because you weren't right with the right person to be able to have those experiences. Then just, I hope that makes sense, because they speak in fucking parables, guys. I'm telling you all the time. I'm just like, just give me an answer. I'm telling you, my neighbors must think I'm crazy because I live by myself and they just hear me in here. But yeah, I hope you do actually sort of like get that. Yeah, it's all good, beautiful. I hope that was useful for you, though. I hope that was useful for you. Okay. Fly magic. Okay. You want the same question? You have what she had. Don't worry, beautiful. He's a nice guy. He's someone that you're able to feel safe with, and like he knows how to protect your safety. He's a protector. And he has a good exemplary on how. Right, so let's go to, let's go to, who's next on the list? Ash 13. I think I've already got Ash's question. And then we've got Sammy, Firefly, and Malapili and Ashwini. Okay, so let me find Ash's question. Here we are. Okay, oh, thanks, Mina. Look at you. That's why I love y'all. Y'all make it like flow. I'm just putting my question out there just in case. What important messages the spirit wants me to know about my situation with Sean, Leo right now? Okay, cool. Let's dive into it. Beautiful. What do you guys want our girl Ash to know about her situation with Sean? Okay. Tell me more. Thank you. Oh, we've got a whole story going on. Okay. Okay. Look at you guys. Growing and showing. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna say this to you, beautiful. A few things has happened on his part. Obviously, you know that you guys were sort of like navigating through third-party situations where he had a bit of a wandering eye situation, but I think he's starting to come to realization in terms of comparison. I think your maturity, I guess, and your care has been proving certain things to him that he hasn't necessarily sort of like seen elsewhere. And I think those things are actually formulating a decision, for lack of a better way of putting it. I asked him if he was coming over. He said yes. Leaving in 5 minutes, but he never showed up. Yeah. So these are some of the things that are sort of like taking place with the situations. There's other factors, right? Other factors, third party situations, I want to say. Third party situations, so other people involved. Sorry, I'm gonna. Yep, female. So there's other romantic situations at play with the dynamic of things when it comes to you and Sean. And I think that those are some of the resistances that you guys are sort of like still navigating through, but he's actually navigating through, like I said, a bit of a reflecting in his comparison process of like what he sees in you versus what he actually sort of like sees in, I guess, the other counterparts that he experienced. And I have to say plural, there's one thing that isn't necessarily serious at all. And there's another thing that is a little bit more serious. So yeah, and that's outside of like what's going on with you. Hold on, let's dive into it. that causes a little bit of a feeling of feeling stuck, I guess, in moving forward as well. Yeah, it causes a little bit of a feeling of feeling stuck with situations being what they are. This thing feels like it may have been here somewhat prior to you, on again, off again wise, on again, off again wise, the thing that's a little bit more serious. Yeah, so that may be a like more of a pattern situation, I guess, when it comes to that dynamic. Talk to me. No, nothing on you. More so everything to do with him, his situation, his circumstances, his commitments or obligations, whatever you want to call it. More so to do with some of that stuff. Yeah, more so to do with some of that stuff. But talk to me about what's sort of like going on in Sean's world a bit. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. I think what they're sort of like showing me on the situation when it comes to him, in his world, there's a lot of, I guess, a bit of fear of the unknown, which is what you're having to sort of like navigate. That's what, in your engagements, a lot of the times, that's how it seems for you experiencing him, because I think that's generally internally, because of his own indecision, that's something that he actually navigates through. So one of the things that they're showing me is that that dynamic is more sort of like stemming from his own selfish desires. The thing about it is, in the reevaluation process, like, I think he wants to basically be the kind of guy that he could potentially be with you, but I don't think that he knows exactly how to get himself out of what he's gotten himself into, basically, to really be able to kind of like become that guy. Yeah. His situation's complicated. Yeah. It's complicated. Like I said, I think because it's an on again, off again, on again, off again situation, that was where the complication in this all sort of like begins and ends. I don't think that the him not showing had anything to do with you. That one you don't need to apologize for. If anything, he actually needs to come with an explanation, not an excuse, but an explanation as to what transpired when it comes to the situation. Yeah. Sorry, I was like re-observing the cards to sort of like see what what else is there going on with the situation as well? Okay. Can explain his status he put up today where he agrees a guy should have more than one woman. Yeah, I guess he lives by that ethos. He lives by it, beautiful. He lives by it. But generally speaking, that's one of the main blockers to the dynamic of the situation. But he does see something in you, I guess, is why he actually still tries, I guess, still tries to come into the space to make some sort of effort on some stuff to some degree. So, yeah, that's what's going on there, girl. Yeah, he's funny though. I guess he was letting me know he is a player. The thing about player games is that the game always wins. So one has to be mindful of that one. None of the players actually win that game. The game always wins. House rules. I don't know what to do anymore. Well, let's go into the cards and say, what's the advice? Damn, girl. What do you guys advise our girl Ash to do in this situation? Okay. Okay. They said don't take any action on the situation for the next couple of weeks. Let the situation sort of like unravel itself and play out. Obviously, he'll probably sort of like get in touch on his own time. I think I was going to respond by saying if you want to horn, I hope you can take horn too. Okay, cool, girl. Yeah. I think obviously he's gonna come back into the space when he has the capacity, I guess, for you. I think that that's how the dynamics work between you guys. I think for the most part, he's around when he has the capacity to really be able to sort of like fit you in, if you will. So those are some of the things that I guess you're sort of like navigating through. Yeah. Take no action per se in the next couple of weeks. I don't know what it is that what do you want with the situation? Because you're saying you don't necessarily know what to do. What do you want? Sorry, I'm packing up shop there as far as that one. I wanted to actually explore this situation with him. I think why I asked the question, right, is because they're saying to me, but he gives me mixed signals. Yeah, because obviously you want, and now I'm confused. Yeah, because you want a monogamous situation. It's not his mindset. Clearly he just kind of like confirmed that for you, I guess, out loud as well. It's just not his mindset. The reason why I ask the questions because they're sort of like saying to me like we've already sort of like had the conversation, they've already put it out there, is what they're saying. Like if you want what you want, he doesn't have the capacity to give you what it is that you want per se, and for the most part the time you spend in this space will be a lesson of sorts, and both of you guys get to learn and grow with and from each other. But a relationship as such, they're saying, I think not. Yeah, so I think it's more a case of like probable cause. You guys want, I guess, the same thing to some degree. You want a relationship, but what it looks like is different. And I think that those are some of the things that one has to come to terms with when making a decision to get like an actual path either way. Because right now it's like a case of limbo. Like when one's like in that place of confusion, you know, it's hard to move forward, but there's no kind of like wanting to stay where it is either, you know. I guess you ultimately have to make decisions. We spoke about this earlier as well, when we was in this space. Like we can't necessarily go into relationships trying to change anyone. Unfortunately, they have to have a desire to change, or who who the person that they're with is, and their needs and their own wants for the relationship that they're building together. They have to want to change those things, you know. And I don't think that that's, yeah, I don't think that those are things that he wants to change per se. I think those are changes that you would like to see him make. But I don't think or believe, unfortunately, that those are changes that he would want to willingly make at this stage, I guess, of his romance class. Yeah, girl. Sorry, babe. I wish I had more positive news, but in the thick of this energy, oh my god, I don't know if it's just me, but the energy is so thick I can barely breathe. All my breath is so shallow. It's just in my heart chakra. I can't get anything down to my diaphragm. Yeah. But keep me posted and let me know how you do choose to navigate through it. And you know I'm on IG, girl. We're going to be navigating through some of these things as well, like for real, for real. You know, little spit. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. We had to have the conversation, you know, because here you are thinking that you did something and it wasn't you. It was more his own stuff. Yeah. Differences. Okay. So we have, yeah, I know, right? It's always so thing. It's a challenge. Thank you, Mina. I think I will remove myself and let him enjoy the choices he made. I think that's quite a decision. I think staying away might be the challenge. That's what I'll say to that one. I think staying away might be the challenge for you, but I'm going to pray in it for you, beautiful. For sure, for sure. Okay. And Sammy, I think, wanted a general read, didn't she? Let me get my cookies. Yeah, I think Sammy wanted a general read. I know, however, the heart doesn't feel nice. I was really hoping things would have changed for the better, but I was wrong. I hear you there, but I think you changed for the better. I think you got exactly what your intentions were in this space. And that's what I mean, like, because with our intent, we can only really actually create in our world, we can only influence or manipulate other people to do or fix in their own world. And for the most part, like, I think you changed for the better. And I think he changed in all the places he wanted to. I think he grew as well in this space. I think that there was some places that he was actually able to sort of like self-reflect and have his own realizations and, maybe refocus his perspective. But the ultimate change that you were sort of like looking for, that was always your desire thing. His desire was never to be that change, if anything. So yeah, but I think that you've changed tremendously, and I'm happy for you, girl. I'll tell you that much. Okay, at least you stuck into class. I literally had a conversation earlier with a friend where it was the same outcome. The counterpart didn't necessarily like do well in the class, but she did what she needed to do, and that's the most important thing. Okay, so getting into Sammy's general read. Sorry, just getting myself nice and moist. Hey, Sammy. Okay, good stuff. And then we've got Firefly Magic, Mina, Malapele, and Ashwini. Okay. Talk to me about Sammy's stuff. What do you need her to know? Yeah, it was a challenge. You know what did it for me? I didn't even say this earlier, right? But I looked into the chats last night. I was like, my mister was around and everything as well, and I was doing his hair. It was all fairly late and everything as well. But like I looked in the chat and I saw Ari was like, I knew it. I felt it. I knew you weren't gonna be here. And then I had a whole conversation, like my frustration and fear and anger. I was having a conversation with the guides, and it was just very displaced anger. And I guess in having that conversation, I had clarity that I'm exactly where I am because of my inability to be reliable, actually. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all keep me focused, okay? This is a team effort. Okay, so Let's see. General for Sunny. Okay, I see you, Firefly. Thank you. Let's start it. I got you. Okay. Okay. 9 of Wands. Okay, interesting. 5 10 etc. Okay, thank you. Okay. Yeah, you can put your question. I'll store it. Okay. Oh, damn. I can imagine. We're almost 5 hours in, Malapele. Put your question out there. I'll store it as well. Hopefully you're here by the time we're obviously reading for you, because if not, then it gets a little bit tricky. Because there's people potentially here waiting, maybe. Okay. I've started. You're good. Okay. So with the situation for you, beautiful, a couple of things that I'm seeing. They're saying that you've got to be mindful about your distraction techniques, your diversionary tactics, basically. The things that you're kind of like, yes, I will pop in. It's daytime here. Oh, good for you. It's morning time here now. It's 1:57 a.m. I'm not working 7 hours. Luckily, I'm on a 5-hour sleep pattern at the minute. So as long as I get 5 good ones, I'm good. Mind you, I'm not going to be here till 4 in the morning. Putting that disclaimer out there. But yeah, with this situation, they're saying that you've got to be more stealthy in terms of your distraction techniques. You're navigating yourself as well through your own stuff, actually. From what I'm seeing here, there's a little bit of insecurity that you're navigating through yourself. But your diversionary tactics, the things that you're using to distract yourself, I don't know that they're helping the situation. They're saying, I don't know that it's yeah, you could be doing better things with your time is what they're saying. There's a disregard for your own skills there. There's other things that you could be doing with the time that you're using to distract yourself from the things that you don't really want to think about. That's interesting. We've got both the King and Queen of Cups here as well. So there's some stuff emotionally. Are you sort of like navigating through some moodiness at the minute? It's like mood swings. A little bit random, slightly erratic. Picked up momentum probably in the last 5 to 7 days. Oh, Ashwini, you're here. Okay, so I guess everybody's here then. Dang. Everyone from this is here. That question was for you, Sammy. Are you having mood swings? That you've kind of like, they've picked up momentum Oh, I wasn't finished, girl. I was still diving into the stuff. I was still diving into the stuff of the stuff. For the most part, I want to sort of like give you a little bit of insight into some of this stuff. I want to get clarity on the mood swing stuff because they might just be giving me. Yeah, I want to understand. Like, are you have you been sort of like experiencing significant? Okay, because that's the thing that they wanted to talk to me. Well, they wanted to talk to you through me about because the mood swing situation, the diversionary tactics, they're basically saying that those things aren't really working. So what do you need her to know on that topic? Okay. 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 Interesting. Thank you. You guys are so good at that. That was a good little one. Okay. Again, we have like diversion tactics here. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So, oh, Malapelle is from the Philippines. Okay. So, with the mood swing situation, what they're sort of like saying to me, for you with that situation, it's a deeper sort of like inner conflicts that you're navigating through, right? There are certain things that you yourself aren't necessarily happy with. There are certain dissatisfactions that you have. And these mood swings is actually displaced. That is stemming from dissatisfaction in other areas. And you kind of need to clean the energy up. They're saying the flow of your finances depends on it. Um, hmm. Okay. What do you mean by that? Thank you. Okay. Okay. They're saying, okay, so basically what's happening is that you're not allowing your windows of downloads to come through at the minute because you're distracting yourself. So the distraction is basically feeding your sensory receptors. So if we're constantly plugging, basically consuming information, consuming content, do you spend much time on social media? Because they might be asking you to cut down on your social media time as well, to allow for more space for some of the downloads to flow and come in. Why is it important for the downloads coming in? Thank you. Okay. I'm gonna put it to you exactly as they actually the card came out. I asked them, why is it important for you to be able to sort of like um be open to some of the downloads, and this is what they said. Sorry, I just had to share. That's your daughter spirit. That's your daughter spirit. And it's, you know, okay. Yeah. Okay, so they're saying, right, that's your window basically, where you'll be able to sort of like just have some time. I'd say take maybe like a good little 90-minute window out of the day. You can take like 30-minute intervals to yourself just to sort of like have a minute to sit and ponder on your thoughts and allowing for things to kind of like flow, so some of the downloads can sort of like come through to you, so they can feed you some new ideas around romance and other stuff as well, because those are some of the things that they'd like to sort of like speak to you about, because there's some I guess stormy weather ahead, I guess, just in terms of like, loneliness and navigating through situations without a connection, to really feel that sense of security when you're navigating through some of life's challenges. Um, so yeah, they want to sort of like talk to you because you're navigating a few of these dynamics. I wouldn't necessarily say on your own as such, because you are, yes, physically, but I mean, there's some level of support for you, but they want to be able to really guide you on how to really, how to really navigate the space, essentially. So they said, stop distracting, the diversionary tactic, give them about 90 minutes out of a day. It can be 3 30 minutes intervals where you're sitting, maybe just to sort of like sit, hold a medi, reflect, and they'll be able to provide you with some insights on some of the things that are, I guess, causing a little bit of contention. And also, as well, you spend a lot of time overthinking and building like hypothetical future timelines. If you stop the thinking, they can flow in some actual like snippets of timelines that are already highly probable, rather than you kind of like preemptively, suggestively putting out timeline scripts out there, creating some narratives. So yeah, if you can do all that, 90 days, your timeline will shift within 90 to 93 days, in terms of some of the circumstances that you're experiencing, with your cash flow as well. Because that's one of the main areas that you use your focus constantly, thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. So they're like, stop the you thing and let us just flow into the, into the dome. So yeah, just put it on ice for a second and you'll be good. Okay, beautiful. Let me know how that goes. 90 minutes, 30-minute intervals. You should be good. I hope that was useful for you, though. Beautiful. Okay. Well, let's see. And what have we got here? What have we got next? Oh, we've got Firefly Magic. I think I've got theirs already saved. about their question. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. You wanted to get some insight. That's okay, Sammy. Thank you. If you stop thinking and listening, you'll actually get more insight. They're saying stop thinking, because thinking like projects. It projects. The listening, obviously, that receives, it mirrors, basically. So you'll be mirroring the timelines that are most highly probable out there on certain things. Okay. So oh no, that wasn't for you just yet, Malapele. That was still, I was still finishing up Sammy, but yes, you can take it in for yourself as well. That's kind of how that stuff works for the most part. When we're busy thinking, we're busy projecting. When we are busy, like when we're able to listen, we can actually sort of like align, basically. We're listening to the sound of life that's already happening. No, I figured that you thought that that one was for you, but I wasn't there yet. You're good. I'm having to keep my voice down because it's like 2 a.m. in the morning and I don't want to wake up Martin because my living room's right next to his bedroom and he's good to remind me about it. So if you guys hear me go low, hopefully you can still hear me. Right, so show me a little bit about Firefly Magic's future partner. Okay. Thank you. Oh, Nancy, we're about to close out the space. Free list and donation lists are closed. Maybe in a couple of weeks, I'll be back in on the lunar eclipse. Okay? I hope you find peace with whatever question that was on your heart tonight between now and then. Okay? Right. Okay. This is interesting. Okay. Your dynamic with your partner is navigating your insecurities. Trust issues. Sorry, there's like a whole song that they're playing in the back of my mind with the situation. Your thing is insecurity. Your thing is insecurity. Have you dealt with infidelity? I have to ask the question. Have you dealt with infidelity in the past relationships? that rears its ugly head. They're cool though. So the thing in this dynamic is that they have patience for you, but even their patience runs thin. You yourself um, and suspected third parties because they weren't straight. Yeah. Well, you are going to be navigating through some of those situations. There's some, yeah, Um, there's some healing to take place in those situations. Mm. Also, you pick a certain type as well. I'm not going to lie to you. Um, it's a type that you've picked previously. A lot of them have been highly susceptible to like infidelity, really. Like they don't really come from an environment that's kind of like conducive of like how to be in a healthy monogamous relationship dynamic. And they don't put a lot of value on that either, per se. Um, they like the idea of it, but there isn't really a lot of value in it. Was hoping the next I pick will be trustworthy and honorable. Can you handle it though? Because that's my question to you. Can you handle it? Um, because the reason why I pointed out the picker situations, because you will pick differently. And I believe that for you. I believe that you've learned a lot about what you've kind of ended up with, romantically speaking. But I think the dynamic that you then face in navigating the space with this person is that they grow increasingly impatient with your accusations because of past situations, and that insecurity is something that I wouldn't say that can make or break the relationship. That can break or break the relationship. I don't think an insecurity is going to make a relationship any level of stronger. I think it can make the person in the relationship stronger to be able to withstand some of the perceptive experiences in their reality, because not everything will be what it appears to be, type thing. Do you see what I'm saying? And sometimes you may have a problem of putting 20 on 10, which you have to check with yourself. Um, my question to you, if you do pick a trustworthy and honorable one, can you accept that? Because you bring your same wounds to the table, you bring your same issues to the table. Um, Yeah, past people would lap up others' attention and devaluing my worth. Yeah, and I get that. I get that. Had nothing to do with your worth. It was more of a where they were choosing to place you on their value system. It had nothing to do with your personal value that you hold. It was really about how they were organizing their value system. Didn't have the same value system. The things that were important to you and the order and priority that it was important to you wasn't important to them in the same order and priority. That's all that comes down to. So that's something that you will have to navigate through, trusting that you've made that better picking, and then knowing what to do with it. Because I think you get into the pattern of presuming and assuming, and there may be a unconscious habitual pattern of creating drama. Yeah, your situation will be navigating your own insecurities in this space. But they're cool for the most part. I think they try their best and they do their best to be patient. Like I said, the main thing in that dynamic, I hoped I wouldn't need to worry about when. I just know they trustworthy. I have had trusting relationship before. The ones after him ended up being unreliable. Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna sort of like build back up in that space. I think the thing about the situation with him is that there are certain situations that he may be in that might look suggestive, but things aren't necessarily what they appear to be. Because you know the heart, I guess, of the character that you're with, you'll have to trust the heart of the character that you're with. There'll be situations that could potentially sort of like feel gaslighting, I guess, because it feels like it's kind of like a merging of your past and present for the first like 3 years of the situation. And I think that that's what's most triggering for you. If you can get through the first 3 years, after that, things are a little bit easier, I guess. Okay. I think it's more so a situation where he's a better person, but circumstances of life just still are what they are, and call it the universe having a little bit of a tickler on your behalf. Yeah, they happen. Those funny moments where it's irony, you know. But they're patient to some degree. They provide you with reassurance and they are able to assist you in your tendency to overthink in certain situations. Like they provide clarity, they don't mind having difficult conversations. I think the issue for them is how you're going to have to pick your battles wisely with those as well. Like, yeah, just like they're not really like they might look, I guess, wandering eyes, if you will, not quite like habitually, but they might look. Nothing comes from it. They don't mean anything. There's no desire. It's just more okay. There's attractive people everywhere we go. So some of those situations may occur to be able to bring up anxiety, but how you navigate those spaces are some of the things that you'll kind of like have to do respectfully, I guess. It's a case of like finishing up old work and also creating new sort of situations and dynamic. But he's cool. I guess he can articulate himself. He can sort of like rationalize, like I said, with you certain thoughts as well. And he doesn't necessarily try be careful and do some healing. Yeah, I think he'll be a good counterpart for the healing process because like he's willing to and prepared to. I think how you present some of these wounds will be the determining factor as to how much patience he has with certain situations. Yeah. So yeah, I think that your pick is much better and you got to trust that about yourself in this space as well. What's the guidance for Firefly Magic? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay. As far as the the partner situation. They're sort of like, because this started with an undertone of you're ready, but there's no perfect timing. So this person's sort of going to come in literally sort of like when you least expect it type dynamic. Literally when you least expect it, kind of like when there's an open, the air is clear, basically. So probably not within sort of like this immediate season. I'm seeing towards the end or the ender part of the year. Well, I can't say. Feel like I didn't say this yet. Well, there's a September basically involved. September, October. Characteristics, as far as like features, it was more sort of like an auburn, sort of like hair color. Is that the right? No, not auburn. I'm thinking of the wrong color. What's that? It's kind of like a sandy. Is it kind of like a sandy blondish? I'd say about how tall are you? Question to you. Because they're about like a 5'9", 5'10" dynamic. How tall are you? Question now. 5'2", okay. Yeah, they're 5'9", 5'10". They've got sort of like a sandy, I want to say sort of like a sandy blondish sort of hair sort of situation. And there's a nice sort of like olive tone. Yeah. The eyes are like a light brown. Yeah. Yeah. Nice enough person. Nice enough person. But yeah, no perfect timing on the situation is a guidance for you, but you're ready. Sorry, I actually started packing up. Yeah, there's a September involved. They come in some sort of September, October like situation. So yeah, I hope that was useful for you. They're beautiful. That's interesting. Okay, what have we got here? Let me see. Okay. Oh, I've got Mina, Malapale, and Ashwini. It's you by chance. Oh, Manor, the list is closed. The list is closed. Sorry, Manor. Sorry as well, Charlie. Yeah. We're literally sort of like, it depends on how quickly I can get through these three as well. It's almost 3 in the morning here as well, guys. I've got work. Before you guys give my anxiety a reason to get all heightened again, it's been a challenge trying to like calm that bitch. That's how I ended up in depression. Anxiety wouldn't like chill the hell out. Okay. I have one about a health thing. Okay. Do you want to message it to me? Message it to me on IG. Message it to me on IG. Because I'd want to give that like a proper good read and I wouldn't be able to do that quickly, babe. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, thank you. Because then I could really sort of like take the time and space and let the channel flow with that right here. Yeah. I wouldn't do it justice for you. But send me the question and I'll sort of like make some time for you tomorrow. Consider it a nice B-Day gift. Okay, we're going to unpack it all. Oh, snap, Mina, you already messaged. Sorry, my bad, girl. There we go. Thank you, Mina. Okay. Oh no, all good, beautiful. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I think I could really like dive into that space. I think I finish work at 5 tomorrow as well, so I'll be like nice and energized for you to really unpack it and go into the space. Yeah. Oh, you're good, girl. You're good. It's all good. I think it's more a case of like just life stuff. I think there was like lessons there. Like I myself like had my own stuff as well to learn in this space. It was good. It was some nice healthy growing. Oh, I'm telling you, life is just so interesting. Hey, Ashwini, don't worry, Mama, don't worry. If the freelance people aren't here, Manor, I'm telling you, they hear, okay? They hear. Oh, Cheney, damn girl, message me some of the stuff because it seems like it's been a really big shift. Marches have been like, yeah, crazy at the minute. And what's going on with work stuff? Sorry. Whilst you type, Cheney, I'm gonna go into the space here. May I please know what are current thoughts or feelings of Fahad towards me? Thank you. Fahad. We're gonna start with homeboys' thoughts. Yeah, we're gonna go. Yeah, okay, thoughts. We're gonna go with that towards me now. And what can you see, guys? Okay. Thank you. Oh, dude, that is too funny. Oh. Yeah, okay, so what is going on in the space there? He's starting to get unmotivated basically, and he's kind of like claiming his power back in this space, I guess. So I think he's going through a process of acceptance. I think last week he was kind of like, you know, what's going on, where, you know, how could this be the decision? All of these things. I think he was going through a process of acceptance last week. I think this week he's come more to a place of like almost, I don't want to say instantaneous acceptance, then regret, but it wasn't like a case of accepting, then regretting, because then he had to process the rejection after that. And then now he's just unmotivated. Now he's determined to claim his power back, because why did he even like put himself out there in the first place? And girl, there's a whole narration behind this little story that he's kind of putting out there, which is quite funny to me actually. I don't know how he's kind of like put you in this position in his narration when he just randomly brought himself back into your life, like what, almost 2 years later, to like declare love, when his situation had already like moved in a certain direction. He's funny. People are funny. People are funny, babe. But nonetheless, he's operating from a victim mentality. I think that that's probably why the casting of you is this like, yeah, this sort of dynamic, because it's not true to your actual nature and character. But yeah, he's utilizing this to be able to kind of like, I guess, um, claim back his power, whatever that means to him, because I think he feels some type of way with the rejection. And I think that okay, so that's really the place that he's looping on right now. Like the rejection, the rejection, the rejection. He's got some regrets for putting himself out there because of the rejection. So he's navigating that. That's his thought process at the minute. What's his feelings towards Mina then? Thank you. He still wants a reunion, girl. He still wants a reunion. It's so funny because he's basically lying to himself. He's trying to tell himself, yeah, I should never have gone there anyways. Truth is, even if he were to say yes today, his ass would jump at the opportunity. That's why this is so funny. He's just lying to himself. He's lying to himself. I think he's fake pretending to be like moving on, right? It's more acceptance, like I said. Okay, he's accepted, what the dynamic of the situation is. And I think from that acceptance, he's kind of like gone through a whole little loop of different scenarios and dynamics. But yeah, if he could have it his way, okay, he would still have a reunion. Which is funny. He still wants. Today's his birthday, but I haven't wished him yet. Is he expecting me to wish him? And since I haven't wished him yet, how did he feel, girl? Probably not necessarily expecting, but hoping. Definitely hoping. How's he feeling? He feels a little bit like he's giving up. He feels like he's giving up and he's accepting the restriction. He feels like frustrated by it, but he also is like accepting that there might be no sort of like future with the situation. So it's a little bit of a worries me story there. Actually, very melodramatic. I'm very familiar with it. My mom's a whole drama queen. I've got like a whole, yeah, creates very, very interesting life dynamics. But yeah, girl, he's funny. He is funny. He's funny. I think he's also actually like having a little bit of lack of motivation in other areas of his life in general as well. And I think that's because he's not happy. When he sort of like reached out to sort of like profess his love and all that kind of stuff as well, he just wasn't necessarily happy in terms of his like marriage situation as well. So yeah, there's a lot, I guess, for him to think about and ponder on, but he wasn't making life any easier for himself, I don't think. Is he manifesting me or something? Because I feel his energy. I feel energy of his all the time, like 24/7. Yeah. Girl, he's hoping for a reunion. Okay. Like, yeah. He's definitely sort of like, it's more of a hope. It's not necessarily like an intentional manifestation just yet. It's more of a hope. And I tell you why it's not an intentional manifestation just yet, because he still wouldn't know how to navigate from his current situation to being with you. So it's a hope, not really a intentional manifestation, because he's not trying to figure out how to navigate his current situation to even, it doesn't even make any sense. But yeah, just one more clarification. Is he in his hometown or still in another city where he is posted? What's read that? Elsewhere. He's in the other city. There's a contract that he has there. Okay, that's where he is posted. Yeah, he's got a contract there that he has to fulfill. So he's in the other city. But yeah, any guidance for Mina? He told me he will be transferring himself to my city. Girl, listen. Is he still trying for it? He's hoping to be able to sort of like move into a dynamic with that. No, he's not necessarily trying for it. He was looking for the green light from you to pursue that. If he had gotten the green light from you, he would have tried to pursue it, I guess, to some degree. Anyways, that would have solved nothing. So I don't think he really thought that plan out, to be honest, either. Doesn't seem like he plans like much out, like properly. Like I said, because his thought process is one thing, but it's very contradictory to what he really wants, which is most humans actually. Fun fact: thought patterns are very, very often misaligned with our emotional sequences. A lot of Pisces men are crazy. Oh my God, I would never date a Pisces man. They are crazy. I'm a Pisces woman, okay, and I know how much work a Pisces has to do on themselves to like get into talks, to get into healthier traits and habitual patterns. Okay. Yeah, I know, bro. I love Pisces women too, but Pisces men, oh gosh. Okay, that's how I feel too. Takes a lot of work, do you know what I'm saying? And a lot of the like character flaws of a Pisces, a lot of the masculines don't necessarily like to work at because it serves them for the most part. Pisces men are often Aquarius men in Vedic astrology. That's true too. That's true too. That's true too. Okay, Aquarius Pisces cusp here. The energies are actually quite complementary, to be fair. A lot of the things that my partner don't like about my Pisces aspects, it's my Aquarius aspect that actually keeps the relationship together. And both Aquarius and Capricorn, that is Saturn ruled sign, are not easy. A girl told me listen, my boss is Capricorn. And every time like I'm in the mix, like having to work with him directly, the shit just never goes well. That's why I'm having to have a meeting tomorrow. I've got so much Capricorn in my chart as well. I'm Capricorn moon as well. So he comes in to teach me about like my emotional stability, my emotional management, all that good shit. He's also, I've got like Saturn and Pluto, and I think I've got like 2 other planets as well. So it's always a big class when I have to navigate with Capricorns. So I never really like it, to be honest. But yeah, gonna close out the space for you, Mina. what's the guidance for me now in navigating with Fahad? Thank you. You're ready. Okay, you're ready for no abundance in that space at all. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, God. Yeah, they're saying it's a no, and you're ready to just like exercise that no. The opportunity here is no abundance. That's the opportunity. And that works for both of you guys. And I think also like it actually serves him well. So he doesn't create more chaotic karma for himself, because that's not the way to get out of the marriage that he doesn't want to be in. He has to figure out how to navigate that agreement a lot healthier to exit, if he should so choose. It's the final call on that. But yeah, I hope that was useful for you, beautiful. He's a funny one. Oh, my cookies are finished. Oh. I still feel him for a bit, but it's an unknown territory. Oh, well, I'm glad that you found it to be useful. I'm glad you found it to be useful, beautiful. Okay, we've got Malapele and we have Ashwini closing out the space. All right, that's what we're gonna do. Oh yeah, I think I saw your question. My bad. And I think I started as well. Okay. Oh, sorry, I just got a download on something. Well, okay. Okay, so what does the near future hold for Malapele and their Gemini? Give me more clarity on that. Are you guys together at the minute or in a separation? Answer me that question first. Yeah, I can tell. I just wanted to get confirmation. Sorry. The reason why I asked the question, right, initially is because they were showing me that basically it's just torrential It's like literally, it's like the concocting of a storm. And there was like just confusion and chaos. And usually when confusion's at play, it causes a lot of sequences of separation. And that is usually because there's indecision at play. So I just wanted to sort of get clarity because I'm not going to lie, it doesn't necessarily look like it's anything good per se. Nothing's ever really good or bad. Obviously, it's just what it needs to be, and we perceive it as good or bad. That's a human thing, but you know what I mean. There's still a desire for a certain outcome, right? Show me. Show me. Thank you. Okay. Okay. There isn't really much self-reflecting that's going on. Did you guys have like a big disagreement, I guess? Was there a bit of a heated debate that occurred in the midst of the separation? And how long have you guys been separated as well? He said he needed to de-stress, but kept quiet. Oh, 2.5 years. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. This is our second separation. Okay. Okay. What's he up to? Thank you. Indecision and confusion. Okay, so he's the one that's leading this ship of chaos. Okay. Indecision and confusion. Okay. Where is he on his journey towards clarity, on that journey of confusion? Where is he on that path towards clarity? Okay. Oh, sorry. Actually, first time before we became a couple, we avoided each other, then became a couple, then separated, then reconciled, and then now in separation. Okay. Yeah. He has a tendency to kind of be a little bit dreamy, right? About certain things, I guess. It's kind of like an overthinking of situations, if you will. Okay. What do you see playing out for these guys then? Yeah, he's an overthinker. That's a part of why he ends up in lonely situation dynamics. That's the thing that's fueling his lonely dynamics. I don't think he's with anyone for the most part, so that's a plus. But yeah, he doesn't. How do you see things playing out then? Okay. No daughter value. Okay. In the immediate future, my love, or the near future, there isn't really much of a change to the situation that's taking place. I'm not gonna lie. You're still navigating through a little bit of this separation energy and window. Yeah. What do you see in the not so near future? Thank you. In this space, nothing happening in the near future. Okay. Okay. When you say near future, what is the timeline for near future? Between 3 to 6 months. Between 3 to 6 months. Then I wanted to see in the not so near future, which would basically be 7 onwards, 7 to about 17, 18 months onwards. And that situation looks a little bit differently, but there may be somebody else introduced into the mix. On his part, basically. Because your heart seems to be holding out. So yeah, he doesn't seem to be in anything right now, but that may change basically after the timeline I've just given you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Somebody new may come into the equation. It's not that there's nothing good, there just doesn't seem to be any movement of encouragement in the space together per se. Movement towards each other, movement coming together, very stagnated. Last time you said he will contact me in October or November and there will be apologies, potentially, but that's potentially due to with this new situation sort of like coming in. Let's see, 3 to 6 months. What are we? March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. The last live, sorry, it has changed. No, he may very well sort of like come in to have a conversation. That's what I said to you. Obviously, we looked after the near future, but it seems that there's somebody else in the equation. The stuff between you guys is still very stagnated. That energy is still very stagnated. So those are some of the things to sort of like figure out and navigate. He seems to be alone at the minute. That doesn't seem to be an issue. Potentially, circumstances may be once this person sort of like comes in and things starts to get complicated, certain conversations have to be had. He's more or less like I don't want to say constantly in a state of indecision, but he continues to put himself in states where he continues to be indecisive. And I think somebody else comes into this space, which makes things more complicated for you guys. But there may likely be a conversation towards the end of the year. Yeah. I'm seeing a caring connection basically that starts to sort of come into the space here. And I don't necessarily see it. When I asked about it, what I asked about was, is this a space that you guys are sharing together? And it's not a space that you guys are sharing together, but it doesn't seem to be like a stormy situation. So, mm, mm, yeah, there's somebody coming into the space to make things. Somebody comes in like a new person on his part, yes. On his part, yes. Which makes things complicated. Even more so than it's already complicated, huh? I'm sure you probably already feel like how much more complicated can it be, girl? But yeah, somebody else comes in and oh, sorry. I thought that was Malapele's question, Ashwini, but I've started. I'm gonna check in for guidance for you on the situation, because it seems as though like he is going to be, this person doesn't come in until after around about the 3 to 6 months. So there may be some new stirring of feelings, which stirs a conversation. So this means total separation. Let me go and dive into that a little bit. Let me use this where I was anyways. The likelihood of reconciliation. Talk to me about that. Okay. Sorry, I'm like looking at all the dynamics. I'm having a whole little conversation here. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, babe. From what I'm seeing, the situation, there's that the dynamic of the connection that's coming after the 6 months, not necessarily with yourself. Let's see. Combo. Okay. 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 So once something else comes up, once the other person, I guess, comes in. Oh, what did Malapele say? Malapele, I think A stagnant energy, that troubled Gemini is coming in focus in energies now. Yeah. Yeah, they're navigating through some stagnation. It's from the tendency of indecision. So that indecision's really the thing that's actually sort of like continuing this little continuum that you guys sort of like seem to be in. The other person that comes in, I guess, shakes things up a bit, and then I guess it's more a case of being able to figure out what he's doing from there. But he stays in a state of indecision, which he doesn't like to be in. So I don't know why he puts himself in this state. It feels familiar. Okay. Okay. This seems very complicated, beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. Somebody comes in, I think that person coming in basically sort of like triggers these indecision sort of sequences and dynamics again. And in that regards, there may be the need for communication to some degree. So yeah. Yeah. So it's the ending of a twin flame journey. I don't know. In all honesty, I can't tell you. I don't know because I don't think he knows. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. I don't mean to laugh. So what I'm seeing is that like the stagnant energy between you guys, this person coming in shakes up the stagnant energy a bit, but it doesn't actually like, I don't see a decision. I don't see a decision sort of like being made. You kind of continue to get strung along for all intents and purpose. I'm not going to lie to you. You continue to get strung along whilst there's a building of something else in the other space. And yeah, there isn't really any clear intentions. Okay, let me ask that actually. What's their intentions with Malapele? Thank you. What does that mean? Thank you. Okay. Okay. We will communicate when someone comes in. I guess so, yeah. Yeah, because basically that sort of like triggers a little bit of fear of moving forward, but also not actually want to come back in because that isn't really sort of like feeling like the space that they can also equally continue to grow, or at least that's the perception. Yeah. Yeah. It's a bit of a weird one, to be honest. I don't necessarily sort of like see this ending well in your favor, in all honesty. I think in the conversation, it's kind of wanting to, I don't want to say let you down gently, but it's almost like a just kind of keep you sweet, if you will, keep you sweet. So it's not really a situation that has to plague on their like guilty conscience type thing. Yeah. Sorry, beautiful. Well, because when the person comes along, there's a trigger of, oh, I'm actually moving on. Oh, I'm actually moving forward. So the person starts to stir a lot of feelings that could potentially be something like strong, basically. The fear of moving on and also wanting to be able to kind of like let you know that I guess they're okay, or that you're also going to be okay. It's like a conversation essentially of like some level of closure, but it's not really, because they kind of leave it open-ended anyways, because of that fear of not wanting to feel any guilt, basically, directly there and then in the moment. Separation, is there any communication at all? Got confused there. No communication for so long. Then we'll communicate to let me down again. Well, that part, that's what I thought as well, because that's why I'm like, that doesn't even seem like it is a situation that makes any sense to even bother to reach out. But that's pretty much what it's sort of like shown on the cards. That's why I'm saying I don't necessarily see the situation sort of like ending potentially sort of like in your favor as such. Yeah. And there's a moving on situation. He doesn't really seem to have anything. He doesn't seem to have anybody sort of like there in the space at the minute. I think it's something that sort of like develops in the next few months, 5 to 7 months potentially. And I think obviously it's almost like I wouldn't say getting permission to move on, but I think because it was kind of like left open-ended, it's kind of like semi letting you know that he's moving on, but not really actually letting you know that he's moving on, or allowing for his heart space to basically be open to something else. It's a fairly awkward and quite odd conversation, actually. Yeah. I'm sorry I didn't have bad news. This seems hella complicated as well for the both of you guys, actually. Okay. Well, see, this is the thing. Nice guy. I think it's more a case of like suffering from the nice guy syndrome. No, this is, I guess, more of an elaboration of, because the call in essence happened as a result of the person coming in. That's the catalyst to that change in the current pattern and dynamic. Yet and still, I don't know that it creates any significant change in the pattern and dynamic. Do you see what I'm saying? It kind of like the situation, for all intents and purposes, actually stays pretty much the same, really, on your part, anyways. He's kind of like figuring out what he's doing in that space. There's nobody in the space now, but I think this situation comes up unexpectedly, type thing. It's kind of like unexpectedly getting into like some sort of like catching of feelings dynamics. That's weird. I don't know how this person even sort of like gets introduced into the space as well, like what that dynamic is. Let's see, this is the yes, no abundance. That's interesting. No, yes. Okay. Yeah. So what's the advice then for Malapele? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. The advice for you, my love, is that you're ready, I guess, for romance, but it's a case of I don't want to say looking in the right places, but I guess it's a case of looking in the right places. What do you mean by that, guys? It's not about forgiveness. Okay, it's about moving with the alignment of the stars, like when we're dealing with, okay, when we're sort of dealing with, what's it called? When we're dealing with unlikely air dynamics. Okay. And then what happens? Okay. Okay. I don't know. I think it's probably sort of like a friendship circle situation because this person like comes in just randomly. It's not really anybody that is like in his immediate circle right now. Um, it's somebody that just gets randomly introduced, and I think it's from a friendship circle dynamic. And that kind of like shit because they come in and they've got a little bit of an eye because he's not really, to be honest, like he's not really out here looking for anything, to be fair. He's just kind of like, that's not his priority at the minute. But I think this person comes in and they have, I guess, a little bit of like an attraction to him, and yeah, that kind of stirs new feelings. It's been a minute since I guess he feels like he's been desired in that way, outside of his immediate space and stuff. So I think that is kind of like flattery. That flattery then builds a bit of curiosity, and then he kind of goes down that rabbit hole a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. I hope that that was useful for you, though, girl. That was hella confusing, even for me, all over the place. There's a lot to this situation that's going to be playing out, and I think obviously once this person comes in, that's really when it gets interesting. I'll say that much. That's interesting, though. I wish I had better news, I guess, for you with the situation. Sorry, girl. All right. Got you. Let me just sort these cards out so I can put them back into motion. Oh, thank you, Malapele. I'm sorry. I wish I had better news for you. But keep me posted. Okay, so Ashwini wants to know Amit's message for her. They're currently in separation. So the things that are not said is what we want to know. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Still navigating through some indecision himself. Feels like there's a little bit of, lost opportunities that whilst he's been navigating through it. How long has your separation been going, Ashwini? And let me understand that dynamic as well. They're indecisive at the minute. They haven't been able to fulfill certain promises. 1.5 years, yeah. Almost, okay. Okay. The message, elaborate. The indecisiveness is basically the reason why they haven't been able to sort of like fulfill certain undelivered promises. And they're still not necessarily sort of like clear. I think what was going on? Okay, third party. I was just about to ask what was going on around about the time of your separation. The third party thing makes sense in that case because I think he felt like his hand was forced in the decision. Yeah, I think he thinks that his hand was forced in the decision, and he had. Is there a family situation? Is it a family situation? The third party. His parents forced him to do arranged marriage. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, that's cool. Thank you, because that's like a part of what I was sort of like seeing in the situation. There was like this family obligation. There was a family commitment, and it's almost like, yeah, I know. It happens quite a bit. It's unfortunate, but yeah, like when it comes down to it, like I guess one of the things that I'm sort of like being guided to say, obviously, he made that decision out of obligation. And he, I guess what's the word? He wishes that he could have been emotionally mature enough to be able to make a more definitive decision. But he had to make the best decision for himself and his family at the time. And also, like, sorry, I'm even like, so I'm gonna give to you the message as it's sort of like coming to me, right? It's like I wish I had the courage to really be able to sort of like choose you and to do the thing that would make me feel proud of myself as a man, but I can't do that. This choice also brings me pride, but in a different way. And I just want my parents to be happy with the decisions that I make. Um, so I think it's really, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it's one of those things where he felt like he wasn't necessarily mature enough to make the right decision for himself, but he made the right decision for the betterment of the family at the time. And I think he feels like an honorable man for that decision, but he has regrets about said choice as well. Yeah, he wished he was more courageous for himself in certain aspects of it. Oh, pride, their family associated with the social status pride. Okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I think it's just one of those things. He's been on a journey, like a voyage of self-discovery, and I think he's kind of like, I still don't think he's kind of found his voice to sort of say no or anything like that, but I do think that he is at a more like protective place for himself. Like he's grown a bit since he's kind of been in the situation and actually like living it out, I guess. Um, yeah, yeah. He's starting to. He's starting to sort of like vocalize on bits and pieces. So, yeah. Yeah. Mhm. He trusts other brain more. Yeah. I think it was more a case of just wanting to keep the peace, to be honest. I think he didn't want to, for lack of a better way of putting it, Ashwini, I think he didn't want to fuck around and find out. I'm just going to be honest with you. He didn't want to have to like really learn what the consequence of going against, what the consequence of going against his parents would actually look like. He didn't want to learn that. He didn't want to have to sit in that guilt. Yeah. Let's have a look at some of his thought process. What's the thought process towards Ashwini? Well, that was definitely one of the things he feared the most. Being exiled from family and estranged. Yeah. Okay. Thought process about Ashwini. Thank you. From life, property, etc. These are manipulation techniques by parents. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. That's kind of the thing that kind of forced him to go down that path, really. It was kind of like a non-question when it came down to it, really. Or they threatened to give up their life. Well, I'll be like, go on then, respectfully. I mean, it just makes it easier for me to go and live the life that I want to live. So technically, this is a win-win. I'm joking. Okay. I'm joking because those levels of manipulation techniques aren't even like, yeah. I'm just saying if someone tried to manipulate me like that, that would probably be my response. Yeah, definitely some melodrama all up in that mix. God gave him extra dosage. He looked away when he was pouring their melodrama in. But yeah. Hi, Liam. I'm actually sort of shutting up shop at the minute, to be fair. I've been here for about 6 hours, as you can see on screen. So energies are low, depleted, and it's after 3 in the morning here. I'm up in 5 hours. So maybe next time. All good. Stay tuned though. Come back and join us again. Do a little sub so that you can know when we come, because I can't tell you when I'm going to be back. Oh, the eclipse moon. I'll be back next Monday. But yes, girl, let's just unpack a little something. Okay. 4 of Wands. What's his thought process? I get it. Like, she was marriage material. He would have wanted to experience all of that. So what does he think now that he hasn't gone down that path? What are his thought process now that he's experienced what I guess others has created for him? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Liam. Oh, that's so sweet. Much appreciated. So, don't worry. I was gonna come back into the space. I was gonna come back into the space. That's okay. That's okay. I was actually just kind of like holding the channel to be able to get a little bit more on the actual dynamic. So, he obviously, like, his thought process is that he would have wanted to have this like marriage experience with you. He would have wanted to be able to have the dynamics of what he's experiencing now with you. But that's why I asked the question, how does he feel then that he's having that experience outside of you? And, how does he feel about it? He's kind of starting to get a little bit more optimistic about the fact that things fell apart. And I'll tell you what part he's getting like optimistic about: his little horn dog. Okay. All the specs that he gets to have in the I guess now he's kind of like seeing the benefits, I guess, of like choosing that path and timeline and stuff like that. But outside of that, I think that's the one thing, I guess, that is kind of like calming, I guess. It's kind of calming him about the situation, calming him about the decision that he made, calming him about the reality of where he actually is with everything now. So yeah, the specs is the thing, I guess, the component that he's kind of focused on. I don't know that there's anything else to the situation that he's really sort of like feeling like it's a bonus, I guess, for him being in the situation. But I guess that's one of the main pluses for him. It was also a new adventure. I guess he gets a little bit more of a respect in social sort of standing and settings as well, obviously, now that he's a married man, right? So those are some of the things that he likes, I guess, about the situation, but he's starting to learn how to be optimistic about the fact that things kind of fell apart. Yeah, I think he's starting to accept where he is with everything. Yeah. Yeah, that part. Mina, tell her what happened with your story, because your dynamic situation similarly is what we was like unpacking today. It's so interesting how these things sort of like unfold. But yeah. Well, Mina tells you her story. Okay. Um I'm gonna pull some cards in terms of the guidance for you. What's the guidance then for a girl, Ashwini? What do you advise? Thank you. Okay. It took me quite long to get over him, and when I was done and dusted, he bounced back after 2 years. This time I refused him. Yeah. I'm telling you, it can get just hella complicated. But your advice, Ashwini Beautiful, is that you're ready within the next, couple of weeks to just kind of like continue down the path of healing that you've been navigating. I think obviously with the situation when it comes to him, he's navigating through his own process. I think he definitely has regrets. I think he definitely wishes that he had gone about it differently, but he's coming round to acceptance at the same time. But honestly, it's a heart and head battling one another. That part. Heart wants what it wants, but a head wants the heart to shut up. That part. Jump off the window and get run over by a car. Ain't that the truth, Mina? And then heart's like, oh my God, that's so mean. And then head gets even more irritated. I'm telling you. It's such a funny little thing. It's a funny little thing. But Ashwini, I guess that this was a rite of passage that he had to kind of like go through in terms of like learning how to activate his voice and stuff. He will grow in his ability to be assertive. But like in this situation is definitely like a catalyst to that growth for him, right? But actually being able to kind of like stand up strong and just say it and own it with like conviction, that's still a no-no. He's not there. Yeah. I'm struggling with this thought whether to wish him on his birthday or not. You could go for it. You could go for it, Mina. That's a little compromise. Yeah. That's a little compromise. But thank you, Ashwini, as well. Listen, I don't know if they got front bone, let alone backbone, Mina. Sorry. They might just be missing bones in general. On that note, guys, I'm gonna love you guys. Leave it there for you guys. Okay. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm not gonna lie to you though. The moment you put it out there, it's gonna be like, she still cares. So be mindful. Okay. It's gonna be like one of these situations. Wake up and see it, and it's like, this is the fence, BTW, right? This is a head over a fence. Oh my God, she still cares. What do I say? Do I say thank you? Like proper overthinking the whole thing. So just be mindful. I'm telling you, it's hilarious. I don't know how rejuvenating it is, but I'm going to literally put on the best meditation that I can find on these YouTube streets, okay, to get me into a stage 3 as soon as possible because I've got about 4 or 5 hours to be up. Oh, Ash, you're still here with us as well, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, God. I'm telling you guys, life is so funny. Thank you guys for actually like sticking it out with me. I sat in here for like a good little space of time as well to make up for yesterday. So hopefully, and also, guys, if you guys want to be in on the beta situation, we're going to be doing it from Aries season right the way to Gemini season, and we're going to work on some real deep stuff. We're going to be working on paternal stuff, maternal stuff. We're really going to be going deep in these next few cycles, basically. So no, you can message him. I think just message him in making the boundaries clear, like just letting him know that you're messaging him happy birthday as a friend because it was on your heart. Yeah, no, definitely. I put the link out there for like the app and stuff, but I'm gonna put a memo out like later on this week so that I can start like bringing people in and getting the actual program background set up for everyone. So yeah, just make it very clear, friends, okay? Because he's just gonna get a little bit like he's gonna run away with himself, getting the wrong sort of like thought on the situation. But that's funny. I remember, Mina. I remember it was a case of like speaking on Fahad. So funny how like things come full circle, isn't it? So funny how that happens. But no, thank you guys for being so awesome as always. We're gonna sign off. It's been a nice long one tonight, I guess. We'll see how it feels tomorrow. That part. I'm gonna love you guys. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Leave it there. I'm gonna sort of like do my little sign off.
All the things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
All right, guys. Love all y'all guys. Okay. Keeping the queens you are. Okay. And we are going to show up and show out this Mercury retrograde as always. Okay. All right. Love you guys. Ta-ra. Until whenever I get the opportunity to come. Ooh, until the eclipse. I'll see you guys then. I promise. I'm going to do my best to make it, y'all. Bye.